economic diplomacy, knowledge for trade and investment strategies, as well as broadening our cooperation effort regionally and globally. I hope that every one of you would find the training course useful and informative, and I wish the training course every success. Build back together, build back better, build back greener. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manu. Next, may I invite the Associate Professor Dr. Trairat Phokphakon, Chairman of the Board of Directors of ITD, to deliver the opening speech, please.
Excellency Mr. Jutinporn Khongsak, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Thailand. Distinguished guests, it is a great pleasure for me to be here at the opening of the high-level training course on strategic economic diplomacy. On behalf of the ITD's Executive Board of Directors, we would like to give you on a warm welcome and thank you for your participation in this course. The International Institute for Trade and Development, or ITD, is a center of excellence for capacity building and trade and sustainable development in the Asia-Pacific region and the sub-region. ITD recognizes the importance of collaboration among international senior policy makers and trade negotiators to jointly build up capacity to economic partnership cooperation, as well as promoting and broadening knowledge and activities in these economic diplomacy areas. Economic diplomacy is undeniably considered to be a major factor in the facilitating and building competitiveness on trade, which remain and continue to be one of the major growth engines for today, burn especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. Economic diplomacy also sheds some light on their economic consequence and social effects, such as an improvement on employment rates, a better health and safety of people, and a sustainability of environment. Distinguished guests, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the speakers for sharing your experience and appetite, which are highly valuable and essential in these challenging times. Finally, I am certain that all participants will benefit from this training course, and I am looking forward to see your productive outputs, where you share your thoughts and ideas during a workshop towards the end of today's session. Once again, I thank you all for joining, and I wish this course all the success. May I now officially declare the opening of the high-level training course on strategic economic diplomacy, which you on a great training day. Thank you. สวัสดีครับ ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you so much, the Associate Professor Dr. Trairat. And now, I would like to invite our honorary guests to have a group photo session. First, may I invite our speakers, His Excellency, Mr. Jutinporn Khongsak, Ms. Kate Pirun Goksuwan, our board of directors and administrative team in front of the stage, please. Next, may I invite all the distinguished guests to stand up and remove your mask for the photo, please. Thank you.
They're talking about all the participants.
Without the mask, please. Thank you. Just for the photo session. It'll be very, very quick. Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Serikan Prasertying, Director of International Corporation of ITD, to give us an introduction of the high-level training course on strategic economic diplomacy, please.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of ITD, it is an honor for me to extend a warm welcome to all of you to our today event. As the world has faced many unprecedented disruptions, especially by the pandemic COVID-19, that has brought about a transformative disruption for all. We see the importance of a new approach to policy making, particularly on the international trade and investment as the fundamental to making headway of economic recovery during this time. And those are the reasons that we are aware of having a one-day training program here today. Let me give you a short brief of today's program. In this morning session, we will cover over the overlook of Thailand foreign policies and trade strengths during the COVID-19 by perspective of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Thailand and Ministry of Commerce of Thailand. And in the afternoon sessions, the first part will be open discussion. I would like all of you to join to participate in these sessions, as well as you can share your experience as well on this session. And the last part of the program will be discussing on trade and investment trends. This is an overview of the one-day training program here today. And from now on, I would like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Chutinthorn Phongsak, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Thailand, to begin the presentations on Thailand roles and trends of proactive economic diplomacy post-COVID-19 on stage, please. Thank you.
Don't mind. If you don't mind, I'd like to sit. It's more comfortable for me, and it feels like I'm at my work desk. I'm not, I don't work for Microsoft or Apple, you know. I can't walk around and deliver such good speech like that. Very happy to be here. And I only found out later that a lot of the participants are from the diplomatic community, which is even better, you know, so I know who I'm talking to. But I'm also talking to the Thai stakeholders, of course. I always try to talk to the audience. So those of you who are not from the diplomatic community, you'll also get an understanding of what we're doing, you know, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in the area of economic diplomacy. As for the diplomats, you'll get a better understanding of Thailand's thinking, you know, what we are currently doing and how you can link in with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs through the geographic departments or through economic affairs, ASEAN, international organizations. So next, please. So today, the outline of today's talk will be, you know, the global economy that we're facing under COVID-19, and then Thailand's economic diplomacy in that context. Then, of course, you know, areas where we've put emphasis on and how we, you know, you can identify for yourselves how we can connect with each other. What I'll do is I'll send, the organizers already have the PowerPoint, but they don't have my speaking notes. Okay, so I'll send them the one with my speaking notes, and you can get it from them. You know, you have my permission. The young man who drafted it is sitting somewhere. He's here. So I hope I have your permission. Yes. Okay. Yep. So next, please. So even before, you know, COVID-19, we were encountering these problems, these issues, some of which have been covered by the PowerPoint earlier. You know, protectionist policies, yes. Some people can call them nationalism. You know, sometimes the love of your country can also create problems for others. But in my job and in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we feel that we are for engagement. You know, for us, 1 + 1 is not 2, it's more than 2. I don't want to say 3, it can be even 5 or 6. So, you know, sometimes when you look inwards, I think it's short-sightedness, but, you know, we can't say, we can't think for the politicians, you know, maybe they have other considerations as well. So you're facing protectionist policies, and that has a negative impact on international trade, and it hinders free, open, transparent trading, and it weakens global market competition at the expense of, most people think of the producers, but also the consumers. A lot of people hate China. I don't know why they should hate China, but perhaps you should ask them. But China, India, you know, are 2 of the largest economies, you know, going forward. You can't hate China and India and hope to have a prosperous economic future. You know, you have to learn how to live with them and take advantage of the opportunities that they offer. I used to like to cite that example, you know, like when you go to a Chinese restaurant and you have dessert, there's usually, you know, ginkgo nuts, okay? And I remember that if we're in a table of 10, you have to discreetly divide how many each person gets, you know? Maybe you'll get 2 each. But now, with China FTA and advancement in agriculture, ginkgo nuts, everyone can have ginkgo nuts. They're so cheap. The problem is now not too few, but too many in your bowl of dessert. So it gives you opportunities and choices, more. This is for the consumer. But yes, of course, if you're in government and countries, you have to balance, the different interests, yes? Next is the WTO. There was stagnation at the WTO. I mean, I've declared love 3 times in public, for 3 things in public in my life. 1, I have to declare love for my wife, yes, at least at the wedding. Okay, but I love my wife and family, okay? But the other 2 that I have declared love for in public is WTO and APEC. And the next one that I'm going to declare love for, finding a good opportunity, is the OECD. All of these, represents for us and my work throughout my career, change from the outside. A lot of people give politicians a hard time about going on field trips and, studying this and the bus system in Europe, the train system in Japan and so on. But that is how you learn and you have imagination and you come back and you try to make change for yourself. All of the new ideas that we have had, except some, have come from others. You can learn from others, good and bad. So WTO was the go-to institution for small countries like Thailand. Like the UN, one country, one vote. In the WTO, it gives us legal leverage, for dealing with larger countries. In the old days, we had a lot of problems with the US. Our bargaining power compared to the US, cannot be compared. But in the WTO, we are equal before the law. So I remember that we had to tell people that, okay, maybe we'll take the US to court, to WTO dispute settlement. It's just business. It's not that we hate each other. It's just business. And now we've taken the US to dispute settlement so many times. But with the previous US administration, their perception of multilateralism had changed. Okay, so they started not cooperating with the WTO, blocking certain mechanisms, especially like dispute settlement. So WTO was in stagnation. Inequalities, you will see that around the world, there are rising gaps between the rich and the poor, which could affect political stability, and also important for a country like Thailand, the attainment of the SDGs. When we agreed on the SDGs, I'm a simple person. I told, when I had to go and speak, I said, the SDGs really capture my imagination. The United Nations. How many nations are there? They have agreed on a set of goals. And from now on, these set of goals will drive what we do. And can you imagine how powerful that is? There are not many things that we are united for. We united for peace, but we're now united for the Sustainable Development Goals. The only challenge is to implement them. Yes, but I was very empowered by the agreement over the SDGs. We still have a few years to achieve them. And if not, to be honest, at least if you're heading in the right direction. Climate crisis, more and more, you're realizing that global warming, severe weather, natural disasters. If we don't do something, it will be irreversible. Maybe the people in this room, a few, like older people like me, maybe will pass away before the worst of it comes. But there's no real other option. Not every country has the option to go to Mars and so on. So we have to do something. there's always something more that you can do. I've lived in Switzerland. I know how they handle, recycling, reuse, and so on and so forth. In Thailand, we're doing more, but it's not enough. We still throw away far too much, and we don't think about the bigger equation. But anyway, having said all that, before all of you decide to leave this meeting and go and spend all your money because the world is going down the drain, I want to say that there are also positive trends, right? Because at the WTO, the U.S. has cooperated more. Now we have a new Director General, and hopefully the dispute settlement process, will start to work again. And we have the U.S. is rejoining the WHO, meaning they're not leaving the WHO, and so on. So they seem to be more favorable towards the multilateral system, which is a good thing, because we need the U.S. in the multilateral system. They're the largest contributor in terms of finance to the UN. Now, whether that will bring positive things, I'm sure it'll bring positive things, but whether it's enough or whatever, I don't know. But it's a great thing, these latest changes. But in the end, everything is still up to each and every one of us. Okay? I don't say it because I'm from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I know that deep in your hearts, you know that each one of you matters. Okay, so I want to empower you to do whatever you can for all of us. Next, please. Now, things were going quite well, and then COVID-19 happened. If you want to remind yourselves what a big thing COVID-19 is, just look at that. COVID-19, it's 19 because it happened in 2019. We're now in 2021. Thailand is hosting APEC 2022 next year. The first meeting will be maybe November, December this year. We at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs used to have 100% confidence that all of our meetings will be physical starting from November, December. But now I would say at the very least, by middle of next year, we should be able to do physical meetings. See, so while this year New Zealand is full virtual, Malaysia started physical, then went to virtual. Thailand will probably start virtual and then go to physical. Okay, so we don't know. COVID-19 at the very least will affect globalization. Disruptions, to the global supply chains. COVID-19, or even we had big flooding in Thailand in Ayutthaya. That affected the supply chain for hard disk drives, for the world. So COVID-19 has exposed, fragility of global value chains or global supply chains. The flow of goods and services has been interrupted, and businesses have had to reduce or slow down their production activities. What we might see, all the consultants should already start making money on advising global companies their options, for the supply chains, shortening the supply chains. Because I saw a documentary, about BMW, Volkswagen, because their supply chain, at least is from Europe to China, and Volkswagen down to Brazil. Yes. And then it made sense, that you're making the same part or, engines for the whole world. I don't know if ITD was giving any talks about this or not, but you'd say you have to join the global supply chain. It's the most efficient thing, and these companies are fantastic. And there are trains that go between China and Germany all the time, sending the parts. Or BMW in Rayong. When I toured BMW in Rayong, you could see, the parts were coming from Slovenia, and sometimes even the bodies were painted somewhere else. And that's amazing. And, can you consider what kind of planning it takes? But now with COVID-19, you have to rethink that. For some, I'm not saying for everyone. Okay? Shortening, consolidation, or more domestication. In Germany, they're having a face mask factory. It's not cheap, but it will give independence, because sometimes you have to pay more for certain things that are important, meaning self-reliance or more self-reliance for certain products. So these will affect how things are. The other thing is in forums like APEC and so on, we're looking at an ASEAN, how do we maintain supply chain continuity? But that comes back to the issue of supply chain. You have to think where, with whom, how. Maybe cheapest is not the best, because when it's cheap but you don't have it, it's not cheap. And economic nationalism was already on the rise, even before COVID, because it has to do with the politics of trade. I was in India until the end of September. I was ambassador there. And India and China, they always have friction, because of border issues, but also because of trade issues. India did not join RCEP because I said to the Thai colleagues, they said, Sam, Kun Sam, please get India to join. I said, it's very simple. India's problem is they have a big trade deficit with China. You solve that, or you assure them that it's going to be manageable, safeguards, whatever, they will sign. If not, they will not sign, because it exacerbates their problem. And true enough, they did not sign. So the answer is still the same, if we can address India's problem, that will be done. But in India, most of the mobile phones, the parts are from China. There's so many things that are from China. In Thailand, it says like, you don't like the animal, but you eat its egg, that kind of thing. So that's politics in trade. Huh? Of course, the effect on tourism and aviation. There's no country that is more evident than in Thailand. In 2019, we almost reached 20 million. No, yes, no. 20 million, no, 40 million tourists. Yes. Today, from July last year till today, maybe we will get 103,000 foreigners that have come in to Thailand. So, people shouldn't be surprised. Where's everyone gone? Because today, only 600 people, foreigners, will fly in. So of course it's different. But it also gives us a chance, to look at how we should do things. I think it's a blessing in disguise. Approximately $371 billion loss of gross passenger operating revenues of airlines in 2020. $371 billion. The pandemic has put between 100 to 120 million direct tourism jobs at risk, many of them in MSMEs, micro, small, medium enterprises. In the tourism sector, 900 million fewer international tourists between January and October 2020 when compared to the same period, 2019. A loss of $935 billion in export revenues from international tourism. People ask me all the time, they say, Kun Sam, I only have one question for you. When is it going to be over? That's an easy question to answer, but to ask, but not an easy one to answer. It depends on you. I think with the vaccination, things are, I mean, it's more positive, but it takes time to vaccinate people. It takes time to do mutual recognition arrangements, for the vaccines and so on. And then you have the variants, but slowly but surely we are making the steps. But you also have to try and make do with what you can, like Thailand and domestic tourism. Effects on SMEs. The rising credit risk makes it more difficult for SMEs to obtain loans. Governments and central banks have taken monetary and fiscal policy initiatives on an unprecedented scale to help SMEs. One of the equations in economics, when I did economics 101, is I regret I didn't put it on the PowerPoint, but income equals C plus I plus G plus X minus M. C is consumption, you guys. Income, Thailand's income depends on consumption by all of us here. I is investment, G is government spending, X is exports, and minus imports. I mean, imports is what we pay. So if you are not spending, foreigners are not investing, or private sector are not investing, then there's only G and the X left, government spending. So that's why a lot of governments, it's the time for governments to stimulate the economy. And sometimes they even stimulate our spending with the various schemes that they're introducing, to reduce the cost, to subsidize your spending. Unemployment. In 2020, 8.8% of global working hours were lost relative to the fourth quarter of 2019, equivalent to 255 million full-time jobs, which was approximately 4 times greater than the global financial crisis in 2009. The Thai unemployment rate jumped to 1.69% in 2020 from 0.98% in 2019. I used to tweet about this a lot, because I was proud about less than 1% unemployment. But there's also a disguised unemployment, because I'm looking at Mia from SCAP. You can't fool her, and a lot of the unemployment is from the tourism sector. Rising public debt, has always been an issue in the Thai press. But I was always proud that Thailand is under the OECD guidelines, for public debt compared to GDP. So governments and companies and households, raised $24 trillion in loans, to offset the pandemic's economic toll, bringing the global debt total to an all-time high of $281 trillion by the end of 2020. I don't even know how to put that on paper. Or worldwide debt to GDP ratio of more than 355% of global GDP. If the OECD guidelines for a country is 60%, for the world it's 355% to GDP. That's a lot. Inequalities. Low-income population has been hit the hardest. The poor are poorer and will take much more time to recover than the rich. COVID-19 has pushed between 119 to 124 million people into poverty throughout 2020. Next, please. Okay. So, Thailand's economic diplomacy. I was thinking about this, that with or without COVID, our core economic diplomacy is still the same, I would say. There are different weights on what we do, but essentially the crux of it is still the same. I wanted to say something that I said in India, and I am going to say to you. Thailand, and I say to my colleagues, Thailand is essentially an economic animal. There's politics, economics, and then the social side. We are more economic and social side. We have been a member of the UN Security Council once. We failed in the second attempt, and I believe that we will not have a third attempt because it is not in our DNA, because our DNA, our strength is, and it sounds a bit overused, we're friends with everybody. Okay, so when we have to choose, and you have to choose a lot in the UN Security Council, it's not in our nature. My foreign minister did offer to the Indians that if you feel that Thailand can be of service, in your relations with China, please let us know, because we're good with both sides. That is our nature. In Myanmar, we're waiting for that moment. It's hard, it's hard. To preempt your questions, it's not easy being next to what's happening there. But because it's awkward for our political side, but on the economic side, it's a dampener, on everything that we have planned for the future. Thailand's future is tied to ASEAN, and if something is happening in Myanmar, that affects ASEAN. And Myanmar is a neighboring country. We may not be the #1 investor in Myanmar, but we have a lot, tied to Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, because they're our immediate neighbors. But we have to wait for the time when the Myanmar people themselves are ready to talk to each other. I know it's hard for you to hear, but then some people are calling for foreign intervention. I think of Afghanistan. Okay? But an ASEAN summit may be on the horizon. But you do some role playing. I think what we can do is we can try to appeal to the humanitarian side of people and say, talk, don't kill each other, because you'll just pull yourself back down that hole that Myanmar has risen out of. But anyway, so there may be a ASEAN summit on the cards. We're just working on the right conditions, meaning not time, but in terms of where and so on. Okay? Every day we do talk about Myanmar. At a recent meeting that I had, the Myanmar side said, "I'm not surprised that Myanmar issue was raised at this meeting with an external partner. But what I am surprised is that ASEAN colleagues were the first one to raise the issue," that kind of thing. But we're treading carefully. And then there are 10 of us, so each one may play a different role. Okay? All right. So Thailand is an economic animal, and we have a good humanitarian tradition. Already, we are sheltering some people from Myanmar, from the situation in Myanmar. It will probably make the news the days ahead, but already over 1,000 are already here. So those things we do quietly. Anyway, so what do we need to do, in whatever context? Advance human capital development, because we are not cost competitive, and the Thais that excel overseas are the ones like in the IT, in the creative industries and so on. We can't compete on cost. Digital transformation, that's the same thing. And Thailand is an aging society. Sustainable growth, because we keep going back to the same issues: pollution, water shortage, so on, encroachment into forests. COVID-19 can help us turn, speed up reform And Thailand is pushing for something called bio-circular and green economy. This is something when I first heard it from my bosses, I said, that won't be a problem, selling to foreigners, because I've heard of green economy, circular economy at World Economic Forum meetings and so on. The Westerners, they've heard of these concepts, but when we have to talk about sufficiency economic philosophy, we need to explain a bit more, like in the beginning, that we're not closing the country and so on and so forth. But sufficiency economy philosophy, bio-circular green economy, these all drive towards sustainable development goals, which we are committed to. We will continue to work towards achieving the sustainable development goals. Strengthening a rules-based multilateral system. Some of your countries are bigger than ours, some are smaller. There are tools like the ITD, and there's also, I can't remember what the place is in Geneva that helps us with dispute settlement. Yeah, ACWL. I can't remember, Center for something law. There are places that help smaller countries. The law is your only equal defense in the international sphere. I'm not talking about UN, I'm talking about like in trade, because we're talking about economic diplomacy, yes? And as a result of one of the WTO rounds, there's a center like ITD, but this one's called ACWL in Geneva, which helps developing countries manage the cost better, and then they give us advice when we take developed countries to court. Of course, the last point up there is we have to keep Thailand relevant and competitive, even though we're aging and the population regeneration rate is very low. But this is what we have to do. We have to keep ourselves relevant. So what do? We support the reform and revitalization of the multilateral trading system. And how do we keep Thailand competitive, inclusive, and sustainable? Economic integration. I used to think that I explained like trade negotiation by developed countries to my people like this. I told the boss, okay, what the Americans want is that they want their people to land, get off the plane, and operate in a Thailand that they can recognize the laws and the standards and so on. It would be even better if they were the same law standards and so on as they were back home. And that's why we negotiate international trade rules. It's economies of scale. It's something that, imagine if we were countries in this room. You had your set of rules, she has her set of rules. I'm trying to export to her country, to your country, to your country. Do you know how much cost that is? Administrative cost and the standards and so on. That's why we need global standards. But usually the more clever negotiators, they have more say, more negotiating power, more bargaining power in the outcome. But I would say since the Uruguay round, the developing countries have, the weight is adjusted. I remember even in the Uruguay round, the final moment came when the US and the EU, they went to a place called Blair House in Washington. They came out and they announced, we have reached agreement, which basically means you, I, and so on. This is it. But the Doha round has failed. Some people blame the Indians. The Indians blame the Americans. But basically, we don't have an agreement. Okay, the equation has changed, but we still need the multilateral trading system, because without a universal agreed set of rules and a dispute settlement to back it up, then we are on our own. It's between you and me. And if I'm, let's say, I don't know, 10 trillion economy and you are 100 trillion or whatever, it's not even. We're only even under the law, the rules. So we support multilateralism, economic integration. We want our people go into ASEAN. I mean, we want ASEAN to be a single economic space, ASEAN economic community. We want the borders. I mean, it's just like Europe, yes? And for Thailand, we would like to expand our economic sphere to Mekong sub-region. And I tell people I used to lose sleep, over Vietnam. Because people keep saying in my ears, like, Vietnam's going to overtake us, They've already overtaken us. And then I realized a lot of Thai companies, like SCG, they're heavily invested in Vietnam. If you can't beat them, join them. Now, Vietnam is us. Vietnam grows, we get rich. I mean, it's in the attitude, and economic nationalism should be redefined, not just in terms of your borders, right? Your economic interests. So I don't mind saying again, we are economic animals. That's us, let others do the fighting. But Thailand is also a very social country. So for human rights, for social aspects, that's also our strength. That's where we can add. So ASEAN, APEC, and one thing I have to plug is ACMEX. I know it's hard, it's a mouthful, ACMECS. It's basically Mekong sub-region cooperation, but with Thailand in the lead. You have Mekong US partnership, Mekong Japan, Mekong Korea, Mekong Ganga, and so on. But ACMEX is our Mekong cooperation framework. And BIMSTEC is coming up. BIMSTEC is Bay of Bengal. And that happened because of SCAP, because the political leaders said to look towards the West, India, so on and so forth. Then I had gone to an SCAP meeting, and they were talking about a study they did, on this kind of cooperation exactly. So I said to my boss, go and have lunch with the director of the Trade and Investment Division, because we have the ideas, but we don't have the intellectual capital, intellectual backing for that. And that's how it happened. And we're still in BIMSTEC. We're still trying to do, there's going to be a summit. There's supposed to be a summit, but because of COVID, it's delayed. For Thailand, BIMSTEC is about connectivity. It's about the FTA. And, it's about also the other kinds of like traditional medicine and so on and so forth. We need to strive towards the finalization and implementation of our various FTAs, which are in the pipeline. I had been part of the negotiations with the EU, but then we had our change of administration. Yes, let's not say military coup, change of administration. And so that was suspended. And now we're trying to go back to negotiating with the EU. So we have CPTPP, Thai EU, and Thai UK, because I work very closely with Ministry of Commerce. Ministry of Commerce says we're doing CPTPP, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. For Ministry of Commerce, their priorities are Thai EU and Thai UK. And yep, that's what we have to do. And I can say here that whether we join the CPTPP or not will not be up to the government, because the government wants it. I want it. I'm not the government, but the government as a whole wants it. But it will depend on our negotiations with the people. People meaning man on the street to the companies and so on. And I think the most difficult issue is access to drugs. They're worried about compulsory licensing, and then they're worried about the agriculture, pharmaceuticals, plant variety protection, which is our agricultural sector, and believe it or not, alcohol and tobacco. And it's not about the competition, but the Ministry of Public Health, who has gotten us very well through COVID so far, they're concerned that they're concerned that CPTPP will make us all cigarette addicts and all alcoholics. They want to be assured that they can protect the public. And then I say there are countries members of the CPTPP that are more concerned of public health than us, and they can join, and they can have, that there's room that you can do those things. It's like almost sacred in the WTO, protection of public health, and there's also security and things, no? Yeah, there are exemptions, But anyway, they want to go for maximum position and then negotiate from there. But anyway, let's see what we're still talking. Soon you'll hear a decision. And the new next best friend for me is OECD. And here I'm talking about when your colleagues are going on trips overseas to attend meetings, sit in. It's not all about tourism, I went and it's called Southeast Asia Regional Program. And then I sat and listened. I came back and I told my, by then, military bosses, to be, sir, I know that you guys want to come in and reform our country. The OECD has this program, where they do like an MRI, a scan of the country, and they'll say what you need to reform. But in addition, they'll do the sequencing as well, because you might need a heart operation before you do your ingrown toenail, right? You need to do a head, if your head is split open, you need to work on the head before, breast enhancement or something anyway. And that person who at that time was Supreme Commander, then later he became Foreign Minister. Thank you for your, thank you for loving our country. But we have patriotism, yes. But I think we'd like to try ourselves first before, going to the OECD. I've been to India 3.5 years, come back, and our cooperation with OECD is going very well. So I'm very happy with that. I mean, I'm so happy with that. And there'll be more positive things going up. Next, standards of living and the environment. Now we have to start thinking about quality of life, and seeking harmony between health, the economy, the environment post-COVID. Next. Okay. So what do we want to do? Promoting domestic and international partnership, things like enhancing public-private partnership that focuses on future-proof investment with built-in resilience. I think built-in resilience is the COVID environment, and resilience are two of the COVID dividends that I can think of now, because people know that you need to build back resilience. When shocks happen, you need to come back as soon as possible. And of course, domestic outreach to raise awareness regarding benefits of international cooperation. Thailand is a small country, so we're not so inward looking. I don't think anyone has said, close the country, make everything ourselves, because we're so small and because we have been such an open economy before. But in some countries, you'll see policy adjustment, make more ourselves. Yes, in America, in India, even in China. And then we want to have a regional leadership role and engagement. It's like this, when we used to not understand, let's say, the Western countries talk to us, why don't you do this, that, or the other? You should do this, that, and the other. Then I'm thinking, when he wants our buildings to be more green, I'm concerned that I don't have anything to eat this evening, So everything that has happened in the world has happened before. It's on a timeline. Okay? But if you are here and you're talking to somebody who's here, it takes a lot of effort to get him to see what is here. You know, and that's what ITD is for, or UNCTAD and so on, to help developing countries to see and to make those decisions quicker. I've attended many meetings with Mekong sub-region where sometimes I've tried to negotiate on behalf of some of those countries, but they don't get it. And they object to what I'm saying. Even though I gain nothing, then I know it's not the right time. So you do need to engage and try to play a leadership role, but try to make the leadership as small as possible. Nobody likes to be, you know, told to do this, that, or the other. Huh? So when we engage in like neighboring countries or in Bhutan or whatever, it is at their full, I mean, I would prefer at their invitation. Only then will we do it. Yeah, and fostering multilateral cooperation, strengthening and advancing the goals of multilateral frameworks. What we have, ASEAN, what we have in front of us is ASEAN, BIMSTEC, and APEC. ASEAN, without, I say in India so many times, without ASEAN, we are nothing. And usually that gets quoted in the newspapers because we are nothing. We are so small. You know, we don't mean anything without the context of the ASEAN economic community. And as a country ourselves, we are set in a global economy. You know, we don't seek to be self-sufficient and no, that's not what we are about. APEC, we're going to host APEC next year, and it will be about reaffirming the importance of trade and investment liberalization and facilitation. It will be about connectivity, because connectivity is endless. Why stop there when you can go there? You can go around the world so many times and so on and so forth. Yes? And of course, now our social side is bio-circular and green economy. We believe we can sell it because it has an economic dividend. It's not just about good karma. Okay? And that is our job. We will sell it in ASEAN. We've sold it in ASEAN, but ASEAN has asked us, okay, so we hear what you're saying. Go and do some homework and come back and report to us how we can insert, you know, BCG into ASEAN's work. We'll do it in BIMSTEC. We'll do it in ACMEX. We'll do it in APEC. That is our social side. So you can, please don't say that Thailand is not for, I mean, a green world, you know, because we have to live here too. It may take a little bit of time. You know, in India, everyone throws things away, yes? Because they can't see the connection between them and that. And, you know, the rest. You've probably met people, maybe you guys are like that. You have this piece of rubbish, you know, that you want to throw away. And you're holding on to it because after 9/11, there's no rubbish bins. Yes? That's the transformation, you know. Some people, they don't care. That's out of me. Yeah? And then now you have to walk around looking for, then the next step is, what can I do with this? You know, there's another use for this. I know because my daughter, she saves everything. So our place looks like a recycling center. Anyway, so that's next, please. That's what is coming ahead, and that will keep me occupied for the next year at least. So BCG, what we're looking at is above. Circular economy aims at reusing and recycling resources. Green economy, we're determined to keep the economy, society, environment in balance, leading to sustainable development. bioeconomy, production of renewable biological resources, conversion of these resources into value-added products. That's where our growth will be. Yep. And within this, the 5 areas of focus are on the screen. Promoting trade and investment. That is where our new products will come. Digital transformation. See, you can be modern, you can be green and still be modern. Doesn't mean that I have to wear, homemade clothes. I dye them myself and I wear them for 10 years. My wife is fixing them up. Well-being is also important. I mean, that's the next step, man. Beyond having, in Thailand, what do they say? Dior handbag, Rolex watch, and a Mercedes. That's the next level of intellectual well-being. Food security and agriculture. That's something that we learned, through various crises. That is our asset, because when you have food, you can help others, but you're also safe. Because there are literally countries that we had to help, with food. And of course, inclusive and sustainable development. I just want to share with you one thing that I went to Chile in 2004 for APEC. And I mean, Chile was such a fantastically modern country, They and New Zealand and so on, all their tariffs, import duties were down, to 0 to 6%, something like that. And it was a very egalitarian society. A director general, he has to take public transport to work, but if he has official functions, he can use the official car. Okay, but at the end of the day, he takes the train back. And that guy was son of the president, former president. But then, in 2020 was Malaysia, yes. 2019, yes, was Chile. We couldn't have the summit because there were protests. And then, I was thinking, I mean, what happened? What happened? So you can never rest on your laurels, And even with not this protest, the previous ones, the colors, the red shirts and the yellow shirts. The way I rationalize it is that if people feel that they can't work within the system, they will come out. If they feel that they cannot find solutions within the system, then maybe they need to change the system, or they so on and so forth. And that is what we have to, that should be our response to what is happening around the world. Because a lot of people are being left behind. The cake is massive now, We were taught to make the cake bigger so that we have more to divide and go around. But now, some people's cake is like 95% of the cake. And for the people in this room, we have the 5% of the cake. It's so, that the system needs fixing. And it's our job, whether you work for government or you work for a private sector company, because the company, let's say one of our biggest companies, CP, cannot live if others cannot live. Yes, they have a good motto, company, country, and something else, employees or something like that. So wherever they go, they have to resonate with the local population and so on. Next. But this is, I'm not going to be the only one to solve this. We have to solve it together because we're together. Big project, EEC. We are told to sell. Okay, EEC. In the past, our big jump was the Eastern Seaboard. Okay, when we did petrochemicals and so on, and then all the industrial takeoff took off from there, and the EEC will be our next big gamble. Okay, apart from investing in other countries as well. But for Thailand, this will be our next big gamble. So, I was going to say that you should contact us, but we should probably be contacting you. When you're looking at Thailand, think of the things that I've said. Think of things that resonate with what you do and reach out to us. Those that are from embassies and so on, reach out to us and see if there's something we can do together. Like the Swedish were in the news the other day about space industry, because auto industry goes to motorcycles, and then it goes to aviation, and then space. That's logical how we want to push, because, auto industry, we have to diversify up and down. So the 3 emerging industrial clusters, digital and emerging technologies like space, healthcare, education. We want all that there. Health and well-being, intelligent logistics. We want to be the logistics hub. We have to work for it. We have to compete with others. I know that. But I think there's enough space in ASEAN, for us to grow. And I think competition is a good thing. When I was in India, I was competing with my ASEAN colleagues, in India is often overlooked by Thais. They have a very narrow perception of India. Buddha, Indian food, tourism. But they don't see Indian space program. They don't see IT, but some people see it. The retired, the previous central bank governor, he went to Mumbai many times to look at fintech, and even now he's mentioning it. I see him. I saw him the other day, and he was mentioning it. So I don't need everyone to be convinced or sold on India, but just a few. Yes. Thailand has 35 companies registered in India. It was 26 when I arrived, but Malaysia has 100. Korea has 700. The Japanese have 1,400. See? So you're always working in competition with somebody else. But I don't mind, even one more is better. So now we're at 35, and I learned that COVID has not slowed down Thai companies' investment in India. They will go back after COVID with expansion plans. Okay, things may be cheaper, for them. And those companies are like CP Group and SCG. Okay. I think I'm taking too much time, but going forward, next. So this is, we will still need to emphasize these 3. Yes, I think I mentioned that already. I just need to say to build back better, smarter, greener, and more sustainably, especially with tourism, I know it's very addictive. When I was in India, I saw, because in India, it was a big market. It's not the biggest, but they were going to hit 2 million at the end of 2019. And Indians love Thailand, not everyone understands COVID, and then they think that by pleading with me on Twitter, I can change things. Please, allow us to come back. I said it depends on this, that, and the other. Vaccine basically. Then they said, okay, here's my suggestion. It's not up to me. Now, and in the context of COVID, Ministry of Public Health has the last word. What we try to do is to try and balance things. We meet every day at different levels. And we have to convince the doctors to say yes, that this is okay in terms of health security, and they will do it. So I think that's it. That's it. I hope I've given you some insight into what we do, how we think. Okay, and I believe that if you don't think that Thailand is an economic animal, you might begin to think so now. You know, because it's all about progress, but with a heart. With the heart, meaning we try to have empathy, and also with a head, meaning to think of the other important issues. I mean, probably the core issue like the environment and the survivability of the world in general. So thank you very much. Do we take questions or no? If you can have one or two, but thank you very much. Yes. Yes. You can shout. I can hear. You're from Canadian Embassy, yes? Because we talked before. No, just for the people's benefit.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for very, I really appreciate your frank comments. It's not, we're not very used to hearing that kind of straight talk. So it's great to hear that. I just have one comment and one question.
Yeah.
The comment is on APEC. That's going to be a very big year for a lot of us in this room.
For next year.
Yeah,
Yes,
for next
yes,
year,
yes,
because a
yes,
lot of us
yes.
from embassies
Yeah,
or from
good,
Thai
good.
organizations, it's a big deal. Canada has hosted this, as you know, because you were there in 1997. So Thailand has just been the chair of ASEAN a couple years ago.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very important year for many of us here. So I just wanted to know who will be the lead for APEC in the Thai government? Is it foreign affairs or is it commerce?
It's foreign affairs.
Okay.
But commerce will do, the MRT,
Right.
It's the same, but
Okay.
just for the benefit of everyone else. We sit together. Kun Ket Pirun and I used to sit together at APEC senior officials meetings. The trade issues, we defer to Ministry of Commerce, but
Okay.
head of delegation is foreign affairs. And I wanted to say that Kun Don, the Don,
Right.
the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, has had a quiet word with Kun Jurin, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Commerce, that next year, I hope to see you in the chair and handling, MRT yourself and not to designate. And he said, he seemed to, well, I mean, Kun Don's interpretation is that Kun Jurin will be in the driving seat.
Great. Thank you for that. And the only other comment I would like to make is that in the last 2 weeks, Canada has been very fortunate to have meetings with a bilateral meeting with Minister Jurin, and we were very pleased to host Minister Don last Wednesday at our 60th anniversary of Thai-Canada
Yes, I saw
diplomatic relations. So it was
Yeah.
a great honor to have Minister Don there. I just wanted to mention, you've said twice in your speech
Yeah.
today that you're focusing on, in part, on a Thai-UK FTA and a Thai-EU FTA.
Yes.
I would just like to point out that Canada is very interested in a
Yeah.
Canada-ASEAN FTA.
Yes.
And Minister Jurin 10 days ago expressed his support for that, and hopefully we'll be able to move that ahead with ASEAN later this year in Brunei. It's part of their work plan, as you know. So you are a very important person for us as an advocate. So I would hope that in the future you please also mention Canada-ASEAN,
Sure.
and don't forget us, because you said Indians love Thailand, but Canadians do too.
Good,
So thank
good,
you very
good.
much.
I just wanted to, in response to that, and in response to everyone else who might have an FTA, that they would like to do with Thailand or ASEAN, but more specifically for Thailand. Our priority, our meaning foreign affairs, is CPTPP, but it's okay that my colleague in Department of Trade Negotiations says her priority is Thai-EU. It doesn't matter. You know why? Because so far, when we've done FTAs, we've tried to do FTAs on the basis of having to change as little as possible our domestic laws. But these two will be transformative. We will have to make changes, but the issues that we have to cover there and here will be, the tough bridges we have to cross will be the same. So for me, as a Thai person, I don't care if we can get, if CPTPP is too political, the heat is too, hot, and we can get the Thai EU FTA, it will mean the same for everyone because we would have raised our participation to a higher level. And then we can say, we've done that here. In the past, what we have done, I used to negotiate services at WTO, is we look, when Mia is asking something of me, I ask my colleague, what is the ASEAN level? If we've done it in ASEAN, it means that add another 5 years or something, we may be ready to consider it with you. So if we can get these two key FTAs, one of them even done, it will mean a transformed Thailand. Then the others will follow. One more question? No? Good. Because I think we are all over time, starting late too. All the best. And don't be shy of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We are here to serve you. If you don't get any, you're not happy with the one you're dealing with, call my office. Then I can see if I can help you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation, Mr. Ambassador. And now may I invite the Associate Professor Dr. Trairat Phokphakon to present a souvenir of appreciation to our speakers, His Excellency Mr. Shutinthorn Kongsak, please. And next, we're going to have a 15 minutes break, and breaks will be served inside the room. Thank you very much.
สต็อป
The next session will be beginning in 3 minutes.
ยังครับเดี๋ยววางไว้ด้านหลังก็ได้ครับโชว์ตัว PowerPoint ไม่ใช่
เอ้ยอันนี้มันของท่านชิรินทร์หนูเปิดอันใหม่ของท่านเกียรติคือรุ่น
ครับลงไว้ที่เครื่องเลย
เกียรติคือรุ่นอันใหม่
อะไร
เมื่อกี้ท่านมีอันใหม่เดี๋ยวขอถอดแป๊บนึงได้ไหมพี่
ได้
อันใหม่ของท่านกำลังดูให้ค่ะสักครู่นะคะ
The next session will be beginning in 3 minutes.
ไม่ได้คลิกใช่ไหมอันนี้กดแชร์ยัง
ยัง
บอกว่า
แชร์อันนี้
แชร์
ไปคลิกกัน
ตรงไหนก็ได้
อยู่
โอเค
ได้แล้ว
ได้กลับไปที่1
นี่หนูลองกดเลยเนี่ยได้กลับ
มองไม่เห็นโอเค
เดี๋ยวมันลบเอง
เดี๋ยวมันลบของนั้นย้ายไปดิอันนี้แบ็คได้ปะ
ลองกด
อ๋อ
ไป
ได้ละเลยกดไปดิโอเคเดี๋ยวไป
ให้ท่านก่อนเลยนะ
กลับไปที่ท่าน
The next session will be begins in 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
100 เมตรยังต่อไปยังครับยังแต่ผมกำลังงงน่าจะคือเราสลับไม่ได้ต้องสลับเราไม่มีสายสอด
มีคนบอกว่าในที่พี่คุยกันกับอาจารย์เมื่อกี้มันเข้าระบบ
เหรอ
Good morning again. I am very delighted to introduce you to Ms. Gate Pirun Suwan, the Deputy Directors General of Department of Trade Negotiation, Ministry of Commerce, Thailand, on the topic of opportunities and challenges, COVID-19 and macroeconomics impact.
Morning. Well, first of all, I'm glad to be here, and I'd like to share with you my experience. I'm the Deputy Director General of the Department of Trade Negotiations. What in my responsibility is I'm looking after the Bureau of Trade in Goods, Bureau of Trade in Services and Investment, as well as the Information Technology Center. That's why I'd like to walk you through the COVID pandemic situation first, and then the macroeconomics impact, which most of you probably are aware of already since you're at the embassy. กลับไป2 สไลด์ค่ะกลับมาสไลด์หนึ่ง and then this situation actually start in December. You have to imagine that's during the New Year's Eve, where everybody plan to enjoy themselves, so nobody cares much about the news that there's a breakout of the coronavirus situation in China, and it's actually in China, so the rest of the world didn't care, so they just enjoy their life. And then only China, where they know that the how would I say, the normal New Year's Eve doesn't matter for China. What they concern is the Chinese New Year towards the end of January that year. So when they have the situation of the breakout of what they found is a pneumonia, but a very strange pneumonia that can contaminate people and infected people very fast. They're looking forward to their Chinese New Year, whether this incident will affect their Chinese New Year, where almost like 60% of the Chinese people would travel all over China if this is infected virus, and then they have to try to stop it. And then once they found out that the situation is not a normal pneumonia because it's a new trace of the virus, that's why the Chinese administration decided to lock down the whole city. And then at that time, maybe the Western Hemisphere doesn't really concern much because it's too far. But for Thailand, we started to concern because China and Thailand, we have received tourists from China, at least 10 million a year. So we don't know whether the disease would transmit from the Chinese people who are tourists that visit Thailand or not. So we start monitoring the situation very closely. These are the timelines after 1 month from 31st December when they found the case, and then when the Chinese administration decided to lock down the whole Wuhan area. And then by the end of January, which is actually the Chinese New Year itself, the World Health Organization actually declared the COVID-19 as a pandemic situation. And now at that time, China has become the center of the epidemic. Only 1 month later, not 1 month later in March, then the virus actually spread to Europe, where before March, the European people, I still travel to Department of Trade negotiations still, travel back and forth to Geneva because at that time we negotiate the Brexit compensation with both EU and the United Kingdom in Geneva. So practically, I have to travel to Geneva almost every month. So my last trip was the end of February. And then we plan for the next trip in March, where that time Switzerland and Germany, which is Frankfurt Airport, it's a center of the spread of the coronavirus. So my boss said, no, I don't allow you to go for a Brexit negotiation anymore because I don't want you to come back and get 14-day quarantine. I said, I prepared to go 14-day quarantine, but I can't because you need to work. That's why, from March on, our Brexit negotiation with both the European Union and the UK has to be online through the video conferencing. And then from May, the situation, the COVID-19 has spread from Europe to the US and then all over the world by mid of the year. So, okay, this is the figures that since this presentation was done around 10th of March, this is the figures at the 10th of March, but actually, if you look at the latest figure, since yesterday, the whole world was infected the COVID-19 has infected 127.7 million people all over the world. In the US alone is 30.9 million. And the Brazil is the second one, 12.5 million. But the case in Brazil was severe because they found 44,000 new cases yesterday. Oh, no, actually, yesterday. And out of 44,000 cases, there were 1,500 deaths within 1 day. After Brazil, the next severe case found in India, also 12 million new cases, 12 million total cases. And next is the EU, France and Russia, 4.5 million new cases yesterday. So you would see that this pandemic actually affect the growth rate of the world economy. Back one. Usually every year, the International Monetary Fund would announce the forecast of what would be the growth rate of the world and each country, what would the world economy be. Previously, they announced that, early in January, the world growth rate would be 3.3%, and into 2020, which was last year, and then it would be 3.4% this year. And later, when the pandemic actually spread all over Europe and America, in April, they actually revised out the number into -3 for the world growth in GDP. And they expect that the COVID-19 would last only 1 year. Therefore, the figures in 2021 is still very good prospect, 5.8. And then, nevertheless, after half a year, in June, the IMF also revised the forecast again. The figures of the 2020, instead of -3, now it's -4.9. But they're still hopeful for 2021, which is this year, that the economy would be better. And then at that time, if you could recall, there was a news that some companies, both in the US, in China, and in Europe, as well as Russia, they are developing the different types of vaccines for different, from different, I would say, technology, from dead vaccine or dead disease or active disease, or taking biotechnology mechanism to extract some part of the disease to make the vaccine. Therefore, for 13th of October, the IMF actually revised again the global growth rate. It's actually would be -4.4 in 2020, and a little bit better in June. But then in 2021, since the effect of the whole year in 2020 that we have a minus growth rate, therefore in 2021, the prospect is not so good as 5.8 or 5.4 as forecast. It was revised down to 5.2. And then early this year, this is the latest figure. The 2020 figures already come out. It would be -3.5 due to China's economy that has recovered since the third quarter and fourth quarter of the year. When China economy can open, then all the countries can actually receive that intermediate goods and can operate their global supply chain almost back to normal. Though some countries still have lockdown in certain parts of the country. For example, like the UK, they have the third wave of the coronavirus infection. Therefore, they have been lockdown open due to those incidents that they have. This is the export figures that back one. Okay. This is the export figures to compare with 2017 and 2017 and 2018. The figures was impacted by the trade war between China and US. So the economy of the export of the world it's actually grow but not grow so much because of the trade war. For some countries, there's a big trade. The economy has been affected by the trade war more than others. But if you look at Vietnamese figures, actually due to the trade war, Vietnam can export more than before. The export has not been affected by the trade war at all. And even during the COVID pandemic in 2019 and 2020, the Vietnam export can still grow. Another countries that then can make export growth is Chinese Taipei, because Chinese Taipei actually export a lot of electronic products where people, when they work from home, they actually buy new laptop, new computers, and buy more electronic equipment. And for some countries that export food, processed food or agricultural food, and their countries is not locked down totally. For example, like Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, they also can export more of their agricultural products. on the import side, you would see that in 2020, the world imports actually slowed down, and there are less import from the world when compared to the effect of trade war in 2019, 2018. And since most of the manufacturing sector are not possible to sell their products, in particular those of automotive industry, as well as the machinery industry, due to the lockdown, and there are less demand from the consumer. Even the FDI inflow, even if the FDI inflow of the world also 40% decrease from in 2020 compared to 2019. And the FDI inflows actually decreased all over the world except in China and Japan, where they still see a little bit of the FDI inflow, which is a positive FDI. And for Chinese Taipei, they also have a positive FDI inflow, as well as the Philippines. But the rest of the world, the FDI is actually lower than in 2019. Go for unemployment rate. Most of the countries have a high unemployment rate from 2020 compared to 2019, and the government has to actually have all of the government all over the world has to put in allocate a certain budget for, in the US, it would call stimulus bill, but in the rescue package for the employment. That's why you see a high unemployment rate. So there are also higher public debt. The world public debts actually increased all over the world from the US. If you look at the 2019 compared to 2020, the public debt has actually increased from 108.7 to 131%. And for China, increased from 52% to 61%. And even for Thailand ourselves, we also increased, our public debt also increased from 41% to 50%. And for all over the world, the public debt actually increased. Even for Singapore, their public debt increased, but in a smaller percentage, from 130% to 131%. If you look at the composition of the GDP, what I'd like to focus on is to compare the agricultural percentage in 2019 and 2020. For countries where they can export more of agricultural products and processed agricultural products, the structure of the GDP in agriculture would increase. But for countries like Chinese Taipei, Singapore, and Chinese Taipei and Singapore, as well as it's another country, United Kingdom, where they can export more electronic products, their GDP composition of industry would be higher than in 2019. When we look at the nominal GDP of all over the world, in particular those important countries, the nominal GDP in 2020 is actually lower than 2019. This is show a seriousness of the world economy, where the GDP is actually lower in 2020. It's actually 5 million, around 5 million US dollars lower than the 2019. The impact of the macroeconomic impact of the COVID-19, Ambassador Chutinthorn has already mentioned. It's actually disrupt the global supply chain, and some services sector are severely affected, in particular the aviation as well as the tourism services sector. And the global unemployment actually increased a lot. There are at least, official figure is 30 million people are out of job. And the real figure probably higher than 30 million, because we have the freelance people who are not registered as being an employee. And the global public debt actually increased. So what happened is that for Thailand, at that time, we monitor all those slides that I show you. Our Department of Trade Negotiations monitor it closely every month. So we monitored the announcement of IMF, the World Bank, to see what would happen to our country. Because at that time, normally during the Chinese New Year, there would be a lot of Chinese tourists that would come to Thailand and, spend money. So January has passed, and the main city, the tourism city, has been very quiet in Thailand. And our private sector start, sending letters to government, talking to prime ministers and ministers that please help them. So our department, though the name is trade negotiation, we also monitor how we could help the private sector. If you look at the macroeconomic figures, you would see the negative figures. But at that time, we discussed and we asked our official at the Information Technology Center to find a particular sector where they can see the positive export. So what we found is that our personal protective equipment, the face mask, the medical mask, or the face shield and the plastic bottle, as well as because at that time, because we cannot get the melt-blown plastic that make the medical mask from China, since China is locked down. After Wuhan, China start locked down the whole country, and we cannot get the material to make the medical mask. So Thailand start making the mask from the cotton. And then our public health ministry has actually done the experiment to find what type of cotton would be the best make for face mask. And at that time, so we start having cloth mask instead of the melt-blown woven melt-blown material. And then we also saw that our computer and computer parts, as well as notebook and the power bank and the other electronic products also have a better export. But for furniture and home decoration, not a big piece, but small piece where I could use at home, because normally people don't have a big home. So small furnitures like computer desk or a small desk where they could work at home, that those type of products that we have seen a good export figures, as well as the semiconductors and the food and processed food products. You probably heard that Thailand would have a 10 new S-curve, where one of it is agricultural products and processed agriculture. But in reality, we do not have any promotion or any program that here to support those sector very much. But during the COVID pandemic, since the government see the export growth of food and agricultural, processed agricultural, now we could see that all of those innovation idea or all those research and development, they gear towards making our food or processed agricultural products become more innovation. So we have a ministry where the Ministry of Science, where they gear their researchers to go down to all those villages that sell their agricultural products, how we could make they would use technology to develop or extract the essence from some agricultural products and make it have more value added, and so that we could sell the extract instead of sending the raw material abroad, which would cost less logistic costs and sell at a higher price. So we now our agricultural industry, as well as the farmers, are now change themselves. Instead of they have to go to the market or the distribution center, now we train them to sell their products online. And we develop actually the private sector actually developed the logistic services. Before the logistic services, it's be a big company only, but now we have more and more SME logistic services company come up during the COVID pandemic. This is to repeat again that these are the 3 leading exporters country that they benefit and can get opportunities during the COVID pandemic. Okay. Since this course talking about economic diplomacy, actually, okay, I'll talk about the vaccine first. When we have heard the news since around the mid of 2020 that there are 4 or 5 countries has actually developed the vaccine, starting from Pfizer and BioNTech, which actually in the US itself. And then we have Oxford and AstraZeneca, which is in the UK. And then we have Moderna from the US. And we also been contacted by Russia for Sputnik 5, whether Thailand would be interested. Thailand also look at the vaccine of China on Sinopharm and Sinovac, whether which one would be affordable for the Thai people. Because as developing countries, we don't have a lot of money to actually pay upfront. And we heard about the COVAX program, where the countries would fund the researcher to research on the vaccine of different types. At that time, around mid of last year, we also contact the Ministry of Public Health whether Thailand would be possible to actually pay upfront in advance to fund the research, so that if the research is successful, we can get the vaccine. Unfortunately, due to our government procurement rules and regulation, Thailand cannot prepay for the vaccine that's not guaranteed that it would be successful. Because when you get into the COVAX program, whether the vaccine would be successful or not, you don't know, but you have to prepare. If the vaccine is successful, then you get the vaccine back. But if it's not successful, you lose the whole amount of money. That's why due to our regulation, we cannot pay prepaid. For such a regulation, we have to wait and monitor all those companies where we see that the vaccine would be compatible with the rest, because we are Asian people. We also monitor on the testing phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. When they test the vaccine, whether they test on the Asian people, or they test on the Caucasian, or whether they test on the African race people. And then after that, we also look at the possibility, if we get the Pfizer vaccine, can we secure the vaccine with a minus 70 degrees Celsius all over Thailand? That's not possible for Thailand, because in some area it's not possible to transport as such. That's why at the end of the day, we're looking at the vaccine from China and AstraZeneca, where they can transport at a normal temperature. And we already know that we already know from the beginning that once the vaccine is ready, we will not be the first country to receive the vaccine. First of all, we are not prepared for it. Second, we do not have the scientists to develop vaccine ourselves, and it's truly understandable that the countries that they have the scientists to develop the vaccine, they have to get their people vaccinated first before they would export those vaccines. So we also monitor those countries whether they would embargo the export of the vaccine or not. And at that time, we know that the American has 260 million people. And due to the difficulties in transporting the vaccine, so Pfizer is out of question. We only have AstraZeneca and the Chinese and the Sputnik 5. At that time, the Sputnik 5 wasn't, we didn't have enough information on the testing, whether they are in phase 1, phase 2, or phase 3. That's why for Thailand, we also monitor the Sputnik 5, but we're not certain whether it would be fit for the Thai people. in Thailand, in the Western Hemisphere, you probably use WhatsApp, but in Thailand, we use Line application from Japan. Therefore, the medical doctors as well as the media, they start educating people about different type of vaccine and the possibility of what type of vaccine Thailand would be able to get. First of all, we have at first, we think we have high hope for China's vaccine. But taking into account the population of China, we are not certain whether they would have enough vaccine for their Chinese people, let alone sharing those vaccine with Thailand. That's why fortunately, Thailand have one company that's actually produce vaccine for the pneumonia or the influenza before. So those company, in their own liberty, they also have cooperation with Oxford. That company is actually starting contacting Oxford whether they can produce vaccine for the Thai government as well as the ASEAN region. So fortunately, Oxford chose them, and AstraZeneca flew in to look at their facility, and then they are allowed to actually produce vaccine for the Thai market as well as for the ASEAN market. Since this course talking about economic diplomacy, you could see from the slide, we try to gather information. We see that the US as well as the UK and China, they use vaccine economic diplomacy in a sense that the US other than their own American people, they start distributing or sharing their vaccine with their allies who are UK, the European Union, Canada, Japan, South Korea, Australia, as well as Israel and Singapore. So those countries are the countries that would receive the vaccine before other countries, because those are countries that are already in CPTPP, as well as the good allies of the US. Even for the UK themselves, when they complete and successful in their vaccine, they would start distributing to the European Union as well as the UK first before distributing to other markets. And for China, China also used the economic diplomacies through their vaccines by, other than the Chinese people in the mainland, they start distributing vaccines to 45 more countries, developing countries, who they are aware they will not have enough resource or funding to actually procure the vaccine themselves. So they produce those extra vaccine and distribute to those developing countries. Even for India, they also use vaccine as a diplomacy, economic diplomacy. India is one of a country where they have a very good biotechnology scientists. So they donate those vaccines that produce using the AstraZeneca model or type, as well as their own vaccine that we have one Indian company that can produce a vaccine also. They also, India also distribute those vaccines to the whole region in Indian continent, which are Bangladesh, Myanmar, Nepal, who are allies of India. And for Russia, they have contacted a few countries whether we want to buy their Sputnik 5. But at the end of the day, they also send those vaccines to the CIS countries, and their vaccine has been approved in 15 countries. They also send it to the South America countries as well. And this slide talking about the COVAX program. So at first, we recall that when the World Health Organization talking about the COVAX program, where they want some donation from the rich countries so that the WHO can distribute the vaccine to the LDC countries. From the beginning, we do not hear or do not see the name of countries that donate for the COVAX program. But recently, towards the end of last year, we saw that by the new U.S. presidency administration, he pledged to donate $4 billion US for the COVAX program, which the 2 billion would come in 2021, another 2 billion would come in 2023 to develop vaccine to developing an LDC. China is also the same, also pledged for 2 billion, no, they pledged for 10 million doses of the vaccine under the COVAX scheme. But so far, we are not certain when the developing and the LDC who cannot afford through the normal means to actually be able to get their people vaccinated. Amazing enough, Israel is the first country where they vaccinate the highest proportion of their population quietly. So so far I haven't talked to the Israeli embassy on how could they secure the vaccine, but I believe they would be able to receive a vaccine from the US. So to be able to vaccinate their own people, but they are the country where have the highest rate of the people who's actually received the vaccine already. These are the color shows on the screen is the countries where the people would receive the vaccine within the next 3 years. The first country that's in green is at least 30% of the people in the country would receive vaccine by 2021. The light green, those people, at least 30% of those people, the people in those countries will receive vaccine by mid of 2022. The yellow countries would receive the vaccine by the end of 2022, and the red one would start receiving vaccine by 2023. What I personally think the COVID-19 or coronavirus, it's a new type of vaccine where they can mutate and adapt themselves to the vaccine. And so far, the vaccine that we keep on producing from Pfizer or from Moderna or even the Chinese Sinovac and Sinopharm, it's not really they probably take into account about the mutation of the virus, but only the one from Johnson & Johnson, which it really takes time to produce, it's actually geared towards the mutation of the virus itself. Therefore, we're very optimistic that by 2023, the whole world would be vaccinated. But through those times, we don't know how much the virus actually would mutate themselves. And only last week, we found that the virus has actually combined the traits of the virus in UK, the virus UK traits with the African traits, and then they combine and adjust themselves into another traits. So the vaccine that we receive is not guaranteed that you would be safe from the coronavirus 19 that's already mutated. On the 4th of March, when Italy invoked on the 4th of March, when Italy invoked a block or export control over the vaccine from Europe, Thailand also monitoring it. And we wonder whether it would spread all over the European Union or it would just one country that facing very high infection in that country. Unfortunately, it's only one country and only a temporary export control. And since by that time, Thailand already received a positive response that we can produce the vaccine ourselves from AstraZeneca. And we already have the plan to produce vaccine. So those export control alert us, but we did not give a serious thought on it, because as far as we have access to vaccine, either from China or our own vaccine, we view that we are on a safe side. But at the same time, we know that once we can produce our vaccine, it's not only for Thai people, but for the whole ASEAN region. So our Ministry of Public Health also have a plan on what they would do next with the vaccine that we can produce and how soon we can vaccinate the Thai people. Sorry, I'll go back one more. Since early 2020, I believe Thailand acts very fast as China when we established our not recall the name in Thai, the center where to take care of the pandemic Our policy on the COVID-19 pandemic is actually only 3 things. First, contain the outbreak and try to contain outbreak by the lockdown and social distancing. And we know that our people in remote area cannot afford to buy the medical mask. And then we, with the laws of the Department of Internal Trade, where we can put restrictions on selling and buying of medical masks. So the government taking control of all the medical masks produced in Thailand. And then everyone who possesses of, the medical mask has to report so that we know exactly how many thousands or millions of medical masks we have, so that we could distribute those first to our medical doctors as well as nurses who has to deal with the patients who have been infected by the COVID-19. And then at that time, our Board of Investment actually came out with a scheme to give incentive for companies or any factory who would switch their production line from anything to produce a medical mask. So from the beginning, when we have the COVID pandemic, we have around three companies that's actually produce medical masks. But now, today, after 1 year, we have around at least 13 or 20 companies, actually 13 already producing the medical mask, and another 7 or 8 more to come to produce medical masks. So every day now, Thailand can produce at least 3 million medical masks per day, which we can distribute all over country as well as export. And we have the committee who would, consider each and every petition to export the medical mask. Therefore, for Thailand, we do not put an embargo of exporting, but we want to be able to monitor the exportation of our medical masks. So if any embassy would like to export any medical mask, you could submit your petition with a number of the medical masks you'd like to export and go through those committee. And then what we try to do is, due to the lockdown and other things, we know that some sectors, some manufacturing sectors would be severely affected. Even the agricultural sectors, they also affected, since some fruits and vegetables used to be supplied to tourists, which is 40 million of them. But when there's no tourists, maybe the first quarter of last year, we only received 500 compared to 40 million. So we have a surplus of agricultural products, both vegetable and fruits. So government have to try to find ways to distribute those and even export those. Since we have a shortage of the ship to travel from spot to spot, also have a shortage of flights. Therefore, what we try to export, more on the road truck, instead of have to compete for the cargo flight. And then we also trying to help our exporters by trying to find ways to promote our product. Usually, Department of International Trade Promotion, they organize around 12 big fairs and around 20 small fairs per year. And with the COVID pandemic, they cannot organize even a single fair. So by April or May last year, what they do is that they do a virtual virtual exhibition and virtual fair, and they get their importer and exporter to meet online. And then through those mechanisms, we can export quite a number of our products. I cannot say as usual, but we make a virtual tour of the products of our exporter, so that the importers at the other end from all over the world can see. They look at the products of their interest first, and then they're making appointment. And then we have a time slot for exporter and importer to meet virtually to discuss their export and import. So this has managed Thailand to go through the whole year last year, and we managed to be able to export and maintain our export to not as target, but we have revised down our target a bit. So at least we get around 3%. Not okay. We do not minus. We do not have a negative export as we are afraid of. At least we can maintain our export at the level that we are comfortable with. And with the new U.S. administration, we know that the economic diplomacy would play a big role. And in the new administration, at first we are so hopeful that the trade war would go away, but with the State of the Union, as well as the action within 7 days of taking office of President Biden, we know that the trade wars will continue, and it will continue in an alarmed way for Thailand. And since the first 7 days, we also monitor, no, we cannot say monitor, we also review the action that the President Biden took. He made a number of phone calls to all those allies countries, and according to the news, those actually alarmed us whether the trade war would actually would increase the tension in the future. And actually, when look at the policy of the Biden administration, is actually the same as President Trump, but in a new, what I say, it's exactly the same policy, but a new gesture, I would say. And so both all those Buy American, Make America Great Again, the American supply chain. So I would believe that within the Biden administration, all those American companies would have to go back and invest more in America instead of invest elsewhere, in order to revive the American economy back. And this one, I just put in the information about the stimulus bill of 1.9 trillion so far. It has been received support from both the Senate and the House, and the check would start distributed to all the Americans who has the income lower than $70,000 per year, or $80,000 per year within the first half of the year. And the foreign policy, as I said, the U.S. actually, when China started the Belt and Road Initiative, 2 years after that, ASEAN has been approached by the U.S. also, that they have Indo-China projects where they like ASEAN to involve in, and they view that ASEAN would benefit from Indo-China initiative as well as the Belt and Road Initiative. So it's not only Thailand, but I believe all the ASEAN member countries also be part of the U.S. foreign policy as well as the China foreign policy towards the Southeast Asian regions. And for some ASEAN countries, since their trade, it's more with the U.S., they would lean towards the U.S. Indo-China policy. But for some countries that has more trade with China, they probably would lean towards Belt and Road Initiative. However, for Thailand, we cannot say so that we can lean towards any side, because it just happened that we trade both. Our 10% of the Thai trade is with the U.S. and above 10% also with China. Therefore, Thailand it's in a position where we are not able to choose either one of them, but we have to work with both of them. And therefore, the China Belt and Road Initiative, go around the world. And okay, last slide, we already see the Biden's foreign policy, three policies, which is foreign as well as domestic policy. And then we saw that China's also have a Belt and Road Initiative. And in China also have a Made in China policy, Made in China 2025, which is, 4 years from now. And China also have China Standards Policy, China Standards 2035. For developing countries like Thailand, we always believe in multilateral forum. Therefore, we would see that whatever standards it should be made in the multilateral forum like Codex, World Customs Organization, World Trade Organization. So we also have to, when China announced China Standards 2035, we probably have to follow those policies closely. What does it mean, China standards? Because for all along those 40, 50 years, Thailand always adhere to multilateral standards. Even during the COVID pandemic last year in 2020, under the World Trade Organization, there are actually four agreement or four negotiations forums going on. First one, it's a forum on joint initiative on electronic commerce. We try to make multilateral rules and regulation and principle to govern trade through electronic commerce. The second forum is the joint initiative on domestic regulations that would apply in all WTO member countries. So we also negotiate the rules and principle to govern the domestic regulations that will be issued in all the WTO member countries. The third forum would be on the joint initiative on the investment facilitation program, on investment facilitation. So under those, we're trying to make rules and principle to take care of the investment, to facilitate investment between or among the WTO members. So though we cannot travel, negotiators still working throughout the whole year via video conference in small group to draft the text, and in the plenary to voice concern on any particular aspect of the agreement that we are negotiating. And we are aiming to have the ministerial conference, the 12th ministerial conference of the World Trade Organization by the end of this year. I believe it's around November this year. So those agreements that we negotiate, 3 of them, it is expected to be complete by the end of this year. And by next year, we should have rules to govern the electronic commerce, which is prosper during the COVID pandemic. This one is another China's policy on a dual circulation. China has mentioned more than twice that China not only go for the external circulation, which is the trade with other trading partner, but China would focus on boosting China's domestic market. And therefore, the global supply chain still be China still play a big role in global supply chain. But since the COVID pandemic, China would pay more attention on their domestic market as well. So what this imply for us as a developing country like Thailand, if China would focus more on their domestic market, for Thailand, would it mean that China would produce and make themselves self-sustain instead of import from other countries. So this is quite a big concern for Thailand. If China is actually would focus more on their domestic market and self-sustain in their own country, it would mean that business people probably have to allocate some money to invest more in China to supply to the Chinese market instead of we can export. So this is something that we still monitor closely. And if China would go towards their domestic, what type of products that China would continue to import? Sorry. Because during the trade war itself, Thailand, okay, I'll show you the next slide on the trade war. Because during the trade war, at first, when the US started imposing additional 25% tariff on 1,000 lines of products, on 1,000 lines of products from China. Since Thailand is part of the global supply chain of both China and both the US, some of our industry were affected. And then as a government, we have to advise our industry of what are the way that they could do to actually mitigate the impact from those trade war. So we found that there are some groups of products that they benefit from exporting to the US by replacing China's product, and there are some products where we can export more to China, which is substituting the US products. But there are also groups of products where Thailand lose out, since both US and China actually import more from Vietnam, but not Thailand. So when China is having this dual circulation policy, I believe it creates concern with a lot of developing countries of what would happen next. And I understand that the next speaker might touch upon the emerging issues after the COVID pandemic. Therefore, I would give an overview a little bit on what happened after the COVID-19 has struck the whole world for 1 year. So for the past, I believe, 15 years, the whole world were supporting or promoting and seeing the effect of globalization. The world is smaller through the globalization. And we believe in creating a global supply chain, and the investor would invest in a country where they have the cheapest capital cost or production cost, or it's a place where it's nearest to the market. But from the COVID pandemic, it shows that sometimes the cheapest destination or the cheapest production base is not the best production base after all, and countries would go more towards self-sustain. And the deglobalization may be the trend, but the deglobalization may be okay for big countries. But for smaller countries, if there's a deglobalization, it means if you do not have enough resources or natural resources to sustain yourself, you might get into trouble. And what you have to do is to try to find the strength of your country. And then for Thailand, we think that we would use the free trade negotiation as a to coordinate with partners and become a bigger block, so that you can self-sustain within a group instead of within your own country. And So the trade war is the beginning of the Thucydides trap, where somehow, we believe that this day would come, but we don't. I believe many countries never imagined that the trade war would be okay. Both sides would take it very seriously, because as developing countries, we believe that technology should actually create a better world instead of creating another war. Because after World War II, people already see how much damage the war caused. And even the war in the Middle East or the conflict in the African continent, people see with their own eyes how much casualties we have, how much displacement of people we have now. So we as developing countries never believe that war would be the results of who is the bigger power. Somehow, as Ambassador Chutinthorn has said, we believe that there's if you have a bigger cake, we should have enough share for all the countries, not developed only, but developing and LDC should be able to get the share. Therefore, we believe that there's a better way and to actually ease out the tension. Because as we could see that the COVID pandemic is not only affected a big country, it affected a small country. And when the small country is affected by the results of the pandemic, they will not have enough purchasing power to buy products from their big countries anyway. And by creating a trade bloc, I believe in economic theory, a trade bloc should be a bloc where we promote more trade and investment. And a trade bloc shouldn't be a bloc where we take sided. It shouldn't be a bloc where we take sided which side we would support. Therefore, for developing countries, I think it would be best that we be able to go for the multilateral forum and ease out the differences and making the world economy better using technology or innovation to actually create a better world for LDC and for the poor people, instead of fighting between a few major countries, so that to eradicate the other side or make the other side poorer. And so these are what we can observe, what would be the situation after the COVID pandemic. When countries are getting their strength back, the trade war actually would continue, but whether it would continue in which how would I say, what kind of scenario we would enter into, it's probably difficult to foresee, but we only sense that it would be more difficult for developing countries and LDC, and therefore, as because even under WTO, when I mentioned that we negotiate under 3 forums or 3 agreements, we also cannot get all of the WTO members to support. It would be in a small number of countries. One group, we have around 80 countries out of 164 that, joining the negotiation. On electronic commerce, we get around 80 countries, so 50% of WTO members to participate in creating the rules and principle of to govern electronic commerce. On domestic regulations, we get around 40 countries to participate. And on investment facilitation, we also get around 60 countries. Therefore, currently it's not multilateral negotiation as such. But I believe that if we can get more countries to join, we can make a multilateral rules to govern those three aspects of trade. And if we can do so, the chance of confronting between developed countries, developing and LDC would be less. And before the COVID pandemic, most of our automotive would focus on the internal combustion engine. And but as the new, starting from the new European Union Commission came in 2019, the policy of the European Union is geared towards a Green Deal, which is also go for a green environment in Europe. And we would see after European Union, President Biden came in and he also promote for a green world or BCG. And then China recently, I believe towards the end of last year, we received a report also that China also go towards the green economy. Therefore, as a developing countries and LDC, I believe within 10 years' time, the internal combustion engine vehicles would gain less market share in the world, and at least 50% of the world by 2030, according to the forecast, would be electric vehicles. And I hope the competition for electric vehicle would be for the better, the same as we would have varieties of vaccines from at least 5 or 6 countries. For electric vehicles technology, we believe that it would be better for the countries to compete for a better environment for the world, but not who would be able to create the international standards electric vehicles. And for countries like Thailand, we used to be called, potential Detroit of Asia. Majority of our auto industry is actually internal combustion engine. However, very soon our parliament, who has actually support the electric vehicles policy, would submit a paper to the government and would make Thailand be a hub for electric vehicles production base very soon. We also would gear our policy towards the same timeline as the European Union, the US, and China, that by 2030, at least 30 to 40% of the vehicles in Thailand should be electric vehicles. And therefore, the promotion of the EEC, investment in the EEC would gear towards the electric vehicles incentive. Thailand's strategy after the COVID pandemic also similar to other countries. We know that there would be a lot of deglobalization. Therefore, what Thailand's trying to do is to develop our infrastructure as to have as much coverage as possible, so that our remote area could be able to have access to better infrastructure in the future. And we would also work as ASEAN, we will work on the ASEAN connectivity plan to connect both the power grid, the road grid, as well as the railroad grid, and we would join ASEAN in creating ASEAN Aviation Hub. And within Thailand also have, currently we have 13 free trade agreement, 7 on our own, 6 from ASEAN, together with ASEAN, and we are negotiating 3 free trade agreement with Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Turkey. And within the near future, we try our best to start the negotiation Thailand European Union Free Trade Agreement. The same time with Thailand United Kingdom Agreement, Free Trade Agreement, as well as the Thailand and EFTA European Free Trade Association Agreement. And with regard to the CPTPP, after we conduct 3 rounds of studies, and the cabinet already sent the CPTPP studies to Parliament, as well as the special committee to consider the pros and cons of joining the CPTPP. Soon, very soon, we will announce how soon we will join the CPTPP. As Ambassador Chutinthorn has mentioned, the negotiation with a CPTPP member, it's also difficult enough. But the negotiation with the stakeholders in Thailand itself, it's even more difficult because our stakeholders do not have the same understandings, or they somehow do not share the same views. And each group of stakeholders have their own interests. Therefore, as the Prime Minister has said, we would embarking on the road only after we can rationalize or can get share understanding from all the stakeholders involved in the country, then Thailand would go ahead with a CPTPP. The rest is the slide on. The rest is the slide on the trade war. Just to summarize on the okay, this one just to show you the benefit that Thailand get from the Chinese market, and another the benefit where Thailand gets from the US market. There are some products where Thailand enjoy a better export with both the US and Chinese market, like machinery and electrical equipment, and the processed food. And for some products, we have a better, like for textile, we can export more textile to the US. And the chemical, we also export more chemical to the US. And for some products, we can export more to China. But the products that we are facing impact from the trade war are rubber and rubber products, and some vegetable oil, where both the US and China buy those products from other countries, but not Thailand. There's some relocation of the production base from China to Thailand, but there are more relocation from China to Vietnam to be able to export to the US. And there also, we could see a hike of exports from Vietnam to both US and China, both from the relocation as well as from the US company from China, and from Chinese company from China to Vietnam. And I understand that this is a training course, and I can share that for developing countries, we don't have choices. Because when you face with the big countries, what developing countries can do is to try to balance among the powerful countries, and somehow developing countries would be approached to take side, and and some countries would offer incentive. If you're on my side, this is what you would get, 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you want to get investment, this is what you have to do, 1, 2, 3, 4. But I believe developing countries who has experienced the investment from developed countries, I think you would be able to evaluate whether the benefit that you would receive from an investment would be enough for the trade-off that you have to make. For Thailand, we try to do our best for the past 10 years. And as I said, we cannot afford to take side. It just happened that the structure of our trade is different from other ASEAN countries. We have a lot of trade, both with US, China, the European Union, as well as Japan, all of them 10%. So, so far what Thailand can do is we can be all countries' companion and partners. Therefore, Thailand cannot afford to take side. Therefore, for investor, I believe the geographical of Thailand would answer for itself, that we could be the logistic hub, we could be the production base if you are aiming to produce for ASEAN market. Currently, government probably have to think twice on what we're supposed to do with the tourism industry, which it probably would take some time to recover, how we would reskill people in the tourism industry to do something else. I noticed that a lot of developing countries whose their economic structure based very much on tourism services, they have to rethink of what they would do for the next 3 years. Government will not have enough money to actually, pay for all those unemployment, and therefore we have to reskill people. The services that Thailand plans to relocate those people are the wellness services, but we don't think we can accommodate all those tourism human resource to be in the wellness. Therefore, our Ministry of Labor currently working very hard. What kind of skill we can reskill them or train them for the next, so that they can survive for the next 3 years. Sorry for getting over your lunch. Thank you.
Do we have any questions on the floor? Yes? Gentleman in the back. And
oh, can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, Ms. DDG. Thank you a lot for your encouraging introductions of these issues. I'm from the Chinese Embassy in Bangkok, so I feel obliged to share some encouraging and optimistic words regarding the Chinese policies here, so that we can have a better lunch. Regarding the dual circulation policies, I should make a very short explanation about that. First, the purpose of our policy, the dual circulation, mainly the purpose is to make our cake bigger, not try to cut a bigger slice from the current cakes. So you cannot imagine that the Chinese, maybe in the future, will plant durian by ourselves and eat by ourselves. It's not possible. Second, I read on the newspaper, experts say that Chinese policies sometimes say it's just a very normal self-defensive reactions. Because you know that some countries now try to boycott some Chinese companies. And in that case, if some countries refuse to sell something we need, so we have no choice but have to find some ways to build by ourselves. But it's not our purpose. During the COVID-19, we find that there are some problems and shortcomings of the global supply chains. And the people are talking about how we should strengthen or improve or adjust the current supply chains. In my opinion, they get a good point, because that we should improve it, not abandon or abolish it. Because if every country will build its own national supply chains, it will be cost effective for all of us. For the post-COVID-19 eras, I think that's the most urgent task for all of us is to repair and rebuild the mutual interest and mutual trust among us, especially for the big players like China, like US. Because for Chinese side, we have no intention to ask anyone or ask any countries to choose a side, because we don't think it's a good approach, a good way to solve the current problems. And we know that there are some doubts and objections, even some criticism about globalization. But I think the main experience from globalization, it shows us that conflict among us will do no good for all of us. So I hope that after the COVID-19 and after the new administrations of the US coming to under the new administration of US government, I hope that we will have a better future, and we have more wisdom to solve the current problems, so that for countries such as Thailand and other developing countries will not cause any problem for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Glad to hear. If you cannot buy anything from any country, you can buy from Thailand.
Of course, I promise.
Hi. Thank you very much. I have two very short questions. One, can you update us on the stage Thailand is at with respect to ratification of RCEP?
Oh,
And
okay.
then second, if you can, give any details about the deal between Thailand and AstraZeneca with respect to the export of the third countries with respect to TRIPS. Thank you.
On the RCEP, our agreement the agreement has already been approved by the parliament. Then Thailand can submit the ratification letter to ASEAN Secretariat very soon, I believe within the first half of this year. Therefore, we're looking forward for RCEP to be able to enter into force, because it requires 6 ASEAN and I think 3 out of 5 of the other side, the parties, I forgot the name, the other 5. So currently we almost get 6 countries from ASEAN side already. And on the AstraZeneca vaccine to be produced in Thailand and distributed to a third country, there's actually a contract between Siam Bioscience and AstraZeneca, and then AstraZeneca would be the company who would decide how many vaccines that would go to the third countries. So it's not decided by the Thai company or Thailand, but decided by AstraZeneca. Thank you.
Questions from the floor? Yes, the gentleman.
My name is Michael Garcia. I'm with the Philippine Embassy. Thank you very much again for your presentation. I think gave us a very, it gave us a glimpse of the inner mind of how Thai negotiators now look at the economic, global economic environment. And our distinguished speaker earlier made reference to the diverging views of the Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Commerce on what to prioritize in terms of the next trade agreement to negotiate. And I'm sure that a lot of thought went into that expression of views by each ministry. And I'm pretty sure in the end, it will be decided by the Ministry of Commerce being the primary negotiator. But I'm most interested what goes into this decision. I mean, because eventually it will become a weighing of the cost and benefits of pursuing either trade agreement, because of course there's always limited negotiating resources. So I wanted to know, in the end, what do you think? Which one do you think will prevail, and what are the important determinants of that decision? Thank you.
I believe the economic impact would be one aspect, but another aspect that is not economic, it's the impact assessment study always show the economic impact only. But another aspect as a government officials that we would consider when we submit a proposal to initiate or to launch a free trade agreement is the impact on the consumer as a whole, as well as the impact on the farmers or the people who are growers in our country. What's actually so difficult for the CPTPP is that in Thailand, the person who understands the plant protection variety or the UPOV 1991, it's only one or two. To me as negotiator, I cannot rely a decision on a knowledge of a one or two person. You need a group of people who actually understand the things the same way, not just an interpretation of one or two person on how the UPOV 1991 would be implemented. That's why if we cannot find enough good resource person to make Thai government or Thai relevant agencies understand, it would be difficult because we do not know how much impact it would be on our farmers. On intellectual property, I can assure you Thailand have, at least a dozen of people who understand intellectual property laws or treaties that we are about to be member or we are already member. And on other aspect of the CPTPP, on tariff reduction, we have no problem at all. On government procurement, we also have no problem. Other issues, we have no problem. So we have been approached by some countries that would like Thailand to join CPTPP. And we thankful for those countries for, encourage us to join. But so far, we are not exhausted on the knowledge of the UPOV 1991. Actually, my Director General make a few visits to a few countries to understand the effect or impact of the UPOV 1991 in other countries. And she is convinced that Thailand would benefit from UPOV 1991. So far, we still cannot gather enough support from the farmers and stakeholders who are concerned. So those are the social aspect of a free trade agreement. For other free trade agreement, we are concluded. The Department and Ministry of Commerce have managed to have a shared understanding with the farmers, the business people, the private sectors, as well as relevant government agencies, that this is a goal where we want to achieve. And so far, for all those 13 free trade agreement that we have, and it's already entered into force, Thailand received benefits from all those 13 FTA. We have positive and export growth from all those 13 FTA. So for the next one that we are about to embark on, we have to be able to prove that after we sign and it's implemented, it will yield a positive impact. So we have to consider both economic and social impact. The social impact you cannot find in the studies. It's something that you have to do a research yourself, because most of the time when we retain a company to do the study, they can only show us the economic impact, but not the social. The social impact we would get from, go talking to the stakeholders and evaluate themselves as a government officials.
Do you have any other questions? No, excellent. Thank you very much for your useful and informative presentation, Kun Ket Perun. And now may I invite Mr. Manu Sithi Prasad to present our souvenir of appreciation to our speakers. Please collect the buffet coupon for your lunch with ITD staff at the registration table outside. The staff will also escort you to the Ginger restaurant on the lobby floor, which is 2 levels down. And we will resume our afternoon session at 1:30. Thank you very much.
ค่ะ
Test. Test.
ทดสอบทดสอบทดสอบทดสอบ
Hello, everyone. The afternoon session will begin shortly, so I could possibly have everyone's attention, please. Our afternoon session will begin in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Our afternoon session will begin shortly. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I hope that you have an excellent lunch. I've heard that it was really good. I'd like to start our third session with His Excellency Kiet T. Amon, Member of the Parliament, Vice Chairperson of the House of Committee on Foreign Affairs, on the topic of open discussion emerging issue in the era of COVID-19. Please give a round of applause.
Good afternoon to you all. We're not losing anyone, are we, this afternoon? So I'm going to try to be light in my presentation and open the floor for, discussions. And you can pose questions. Some of the questions that you usually do not want to pose or do not wish to ask, you can ask here. Okay, it's a closed forum, and I'm happy to answer any questions, to discuss any issues of mutual interest between your countries where you're from and between our country, my country, Thailand. Okay, so the introduction didn't do me too much justice. You do, really. I've spent the first 10 years of my career working and living overseas. I've lived and worked in France, in Abu Dhabi, in Malaysia, in Singapore. When I was in Singapore, I covered 11 countries before I came back to Thailand and start out as somebody in business and in Board of Trade of Thailand. I was the first one among the first to start International Chamber of Commerce in Thailand, and also work with all the foreign chambers of commerce in this country. So those of presidents of foreign chambers of commerce would know me quite well, if they have lived and worked here in the past 10, 20 years. And apart from that, I took the wrong turn, get involved with politics, and it's like Hotel California. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. I started off as the advisor to Prime Minister Chuan when he was the Prime Minister for the second time during the crisis of financial crisis, Tom Yam Goong crisis. And after that, he asked me to run under Democrat banner. So I did. And since then, elected 3 times, 3 terms into Parliament, and 1 time as President of Thailand Trade Representative, which is a title similar to USTR, a trade negotiator for the country, but in our country, in Thailand, is Deputy Prime Minister ranking. So I negotiate trade and investment or agreements, international agreements, using authority of the Prime Minister and facilities of all the ministries that I choose to ask to be involved. So that's in brief my short CV. And for those of you who do not know or not involved with the International Organization of Political Parties, there are an organization called Liberal International, comprising 130, 40 political parties from 87 countries. And from time to time, they elect executives. I'm currently serving as the vice president of Liberal International as well. So we discuss all sorts of issues, COVID, and also effect on human rights. We discuss human rights violations issues in various parts of the world, Thailand included, Myanmar included. At this point in time, we discussed all sorts of things. And we made also positions on trade. You know, all of you like to call it free trade, but the term free trade, we stopped, I said we stopped using it years ago. We, meaning International Chamber of Commerce themselves, they don't call it free trade because it gives you the wrong connotation. That is free and there's no rules, which is completely contradictory of the real life. So we call it trade liberalization. Okay, so in short, I've been working on trade for years, and you can talk to me about trade. During my time as President of Thailand Trade Representative, I initiated Thai-EU negotiations. I initiated Thai-Canada Free Trade Agreement negotiation. I signed off Chile trade agreement with Thailand at that time. So I'm quite familiar with international trade and the strategy in general for this country. And so you're here on high-level training course. I would not even want to call that. You're all very experienced person. We have a number of ambassadors joining us, senior people from various embassies. So it's very nice to have you here. I'm privileged to be given an opportunity to speak with all of you today. Thank you. And as I mentioned, I'll try to, those of you who know me will know that I'm a straight shooter kind of guy. I'm very serious in what I'm doing. But I'm also supposed to be the most decent, according to my mother, who taught me to be decent human being. So I'm going to try to be all of that. When I said I'm serious, you know, I would try to set up a few issues, citing a few issues that we're facing, common challenges we're facing today. And maybe later on we will discuss as to how we should go about it. And you being representing a representative from your countries who will have many area of common interest with our country. So therefore we can talk very specific on issues of common interest. I'm totally open for even discussion about my country, about what's going on in my country, politically or otherwise, or trade or issues of all sorts. We can try to cover all that. And also the discussion about ASEAN and ASEAN plus in various stages that we will discuss. Now, just to frame our mind before we go to Q&A session, I would say that we're now facing COVID, and I don't want to repeat what you have covered this morning. I'm sure the two persons that would be that was there this morning would already be discussing a lot about the impact. But I would just conclude that it will be here for a long time. It's not going to go away so quickly. And even with the discovery of vaccine, our lives forever changed. The life as we know it forever changed. And the challenge remain today, the mutation. And we don't know how yet to deal with many of the strain of mutation that took place around the world. So that is continue to be the challenge that we're facing. So based on that, there's certain sector of the industry that are seriously affected. Logistics, positive and negative. Logistics nowadays, you can see positive result because of quarantine. People order everything from home, and therefore, all those service like lineman and few others continue to be prosperous. But yet the flights among continents, among countries, between cities have been seriously affected. Just to tell you a story related to myself, one of my sons 4 years ago asked me what should he study as a university degree. I said, why don't you consider being a commercial pilot? And he's about to be graduated in 2 or 3 months. And he asked me back, what do I do now? Because everybody, every operator just lay off their pilots. And many of the pilots have had the experience of finding new career as a new way of life. After investing heavily, in order to graduate to be a commercial pilot, you have to make investment because flying time costs money. So that's a challenge. So I just told him, just, be patient. You can be military for a while, which he didn't like. Service the country. But anyway, that is one area that I think it will take some time, which means I understand you discussed this morning about how fortunate Thailand is for having tourists arriving, close to 40 million. Well, if we face the fact, it's not going to come back so quickly. There will be so many obstacles, so many challenges that we have to deal with before it will be back to normal. And who knows, by the time we manage to master COVID-19, we might have to learn to master other disease or pandemic or epidemic of some kind. So therefore we have to learn how to live with it. But all the projections in the world today shows that last year was the worst in terms of economic development. This year will bounce back, and the next year will be even better. And that's a good news. So, okay, the sentiment is positive. Sentiment is positive starting from this year and next year as well. Now, how would we go back to where we were before? It depends on what we will be doing from this time on. And we cannot do it alone. We have to do it with all of you who's been here with specific mandate in order to promote, better relations or more tangible results in terms of our engagement with your countries. So the onus is on us. It's how we try to work together. And in Thailand, I represent the parliament. At this point in time, my career is I'm House of Representative. I'm in charge of, as Vice President of Foreign Affairs Committee of the House. So there are certain things that Parliament can do in order to work with all of you in order to promote a deeper relations, economic relations, trade and investment, and I'm happy to discuss with you. Now, global trade projection also increase. All the projections says that last year, we register about -9 to 10. Okay, depends on the institute that made the projection. But everybody, the whole world is down by 10%. This year will bounce back anything between 5 to 8%, depending on the institutes that we refer to. And the year after, we expect it to increase by 5 to 6% as well. So those are the positive sentiments that we, at least during this time of difficulties, at least some good news would help cheer us up. But it would happen that way or not, it's up to us too. Up to my country, up to the government, up to the way we actually put together programs that can be put in place and achieve real results. Now, the key challenge that as I see it, for the moment we managed to discover vaccines. Yes, a number of brands as we know it. I won't repeat it. But also the challenge that we have seen, I have noticed, we have problem in administering vaccines worldwide. The rate of vaccination is so low as compared to availability, the rate of availability of vaccines. So we experience that too in most countries. And I discussed with my colleagues from Britain who are actually monitoring and working with AstraZeneca on almost daily basis. You know what is the biggest challenge that they're facing now? The supply of vials, the glass vials, to put vaccines into for shipment, not enough. Not enough. So in this regard, for example, just one example like this. Unfortunately, we don't have representation from UK. You can discuss with glass factory in Thailand who can switch the production process to accommodate vials quite easily if it's needed. So this is one of the example. We have also so many developing countries or least developed countries around the world who do not have yet access to vaccines, supplies. So we depend on COVAX, WHO, under WHO for distribution. So one of the key questions that we posed on Canadian ambassadors when she came to visit me at the office, why do you order 400 doses when your population is only 30 million plus minus? And the answer is they're ready to put into COVAX program, and that's very noble, very good. So we cannot stop contraction, the contact or the spread of virus without managing the whole world, including some small countries who do not have the capacity or facilities to deal with that. And in that light, everyone can play a role. Now, Thailand, we will produce, AstraZeneca will be with Bioscience producing at least 200 million doses, not just for Thailand, but for the region. Republic of Korea is doing the same thing, supplying to the region. Now, on these issues, I don't think we have yet the answer for the whole world. We have some answers. Thailand have answers for ourselves. In Europe, they're still struggling in many countries to find a way in order to accommodate the need of their own countries and citizens. But the continent like South Africa is still really seriously problematic in many areas. And on top of that, there are mutations which took place. I don't know how the current vaccines that we have discovered can react to that. India can play a very important role. They have a very strong manufacturing industry in vaccines. That is a private companies, private sector who can actually play a role. So in this game, we help each other to help ourselves, because as long as there is spreads, and if we cannot stop the spreads of virus, from various countries, then we're still in the same position as we were. So I think managing COVID-19 tell us one thing, is that international cooperation is extremely important. It's not domestic problems. Yes, different countries have different degrees of issues and challenges, but it requires tremendous international cooperation among various countries. So now, in terms of geopolitics, we have, I understand you have a lively session this morning about US and China. Always have been very lively conversation. I had the opportunity to visit Washington myself with Kun Chuan before the election took place 2 years back as a guest of Washington. And we discussed Indo-Pacific. We discussed, what is claimed to be a threat to multilateral organization. We discussed about unilateralism. We discussed about Indo-Pacific plans for this area and how it would serve the purpose of mutual interest of all stakeholders, not just US. So we discussed a lot, and I'm going to be open for your questions afterwards. I'm just putting out the items here. I promise you, I'm sure there will be a lively question and answer session on this. Belt and Road initiatives, very clear, it's there. And our position when I met with the Communist Party, Democrat Party and Communist Party, we have ongoing relations. We have discussion like what we have with other political parties in various countries, including United States. And we told them quite clearly that it's a good initiative, Belt and Roads, yes. But the success would depend on the participations of all the countries that the programs involve. And it would be good for those countries to have an input into the Belt and Roads in order to make it effective, in order to make it accountable. So we all own the projects that is beneficial for the region, not just one country in particular. And I think the response from Communist Party has been very positive on this. Okay, so that is one thing that I would put down there. The situation in Myanmar, I urge my country and everyone in Asia to face the fact that anything that took place in one country as ASEAN members would affect the rest. What we used to say in the past, like we don't interfere, non-interference, is it true? I'm the one who came out and said, let's face the music as it is. And even though we do not say it openly, but we discuss. In the past, we discuss. We use backdoor channels. We discuss our concern because what's happening in one country will affect the others. Now, that was a few years back. In today's world, I would say the effect is more because the relationship we have now ASEAN Charter. It's even deeper than in the past. We have ASEAN Economic Community. We have all sorts of programs that actually help each other grow or face challenges in different countries. Even the Rohingya issues, Thailand play a role. We set up hospitals. We set up schools in the area, So there are so many programs that we have been involved with, but not mentioned. And that's unfortunate. We should actually take a good look at what what actually one can do. When I met our friends in UK, I said, the Rohingya issue, actually, you guys left it there. You used them as mercenaries and you left without anything. And now you're trying to tell me, as Thailand, as a country next door, to do what? And I said, what are you prepared to do as the one who started all this? And they basically stopped talking about it for a while and said, yes, we need to talk about it. So some of the issues we have to decide first if it's a domestic issue, regional issues, or global issues, or regional issues that require global solutions. It depends. But pointing fingers rarely work. And it doesn't work in many cases that I'm happy to discuss further because I was involved in negotiating some of the issues that I have mentioned. Now, the next challenge would be multilateral and bilateral. In the past 4 years, in the US, they walk away from multilateralism. Europe didn't like that. Asia didn't like that. I didn't like that. Okay, so what can we do to put us back on track of multilateralism? And we can do bilateral. We can discuss about bilaterals. That is part and parcel of the multilateral. If doing bilateral would expedite the accomplishment or the goals of multilateral, I'm all ears. I'm all there for you. But just to avoid multilateralism by going through bilateral arrangements, that can be dangerous for many countries. And we can talk about that. Okay? Now, because of all of this, the supply chain has been completely different. Supply chain is rearranged, the whole world, I'm certain. What role are we going to play in order to improve the supply chain in our countries, in your country, in Thailand? How do we achieve the best, most efficient supply chain that can compete in the long run? That's the key question. Are we smart enough to identify some of those issues and work together for mutual interest? Now, things also that's changing, like e-commerce. The House just passed the law to make sure that there is no advantage for those who actually set up overseas, avoiding to be registering themselves in Thailand to benefit from tax as compared to those local operator. We managed to clarify some of those advantages and drawbacks, and we try to do more in order to make sure it's a fair competition, regardless of your location, of your services. Now, climate change, yes, definitely. I'm happy that US actually go back to Paris Agreement, go back to climate change programs. We also part of that. I personally helped negotiate. At that time, the first time was in Copenhagen. I can't remember the COP number because I have too many. And that was the day where US actually walk out of the deal to stop it from happening. But that's okay. Since then, we have made some progress, and we'll deal with that. Future issues, CPTPP, EU. I understand Department of Trade negotiation this morning confirmed Thai-EU that I started 10 years ago is now priority. Good. Now, CPTPP, for those of you, I understand the message this morning was saying like it depends on the NGOs, and that's not in my report. In my report, it says clearly it depends on the government. The government must be serious about domestic adjustments to keep us ready, to make sure we prepare to negotiate CPTPP. And I told this to the Deputy Prime Minister, all of them, all the deputies, that if it was me, it would take me 4 months to be ready. It's not years of adjustment. It's never years of adjustment. It's knowing what you must do in order to be competitive and fair and ready for CPTPP. And same thing will happen with the EU, Thai EU. It's the same thing. And it will be the same thing if we negotiate other deals with other countries in the region or elsewhere. So I would stop by saying this. At the Liberal International, we discussed a lot about next or future of trade liberalization. We have put together a working team in order to observe the benefit of trade agreements in the past 10, 20 years. We seriously take a really serious look at what happened. And you know what we discovered. And I think ITD should take note of this. We discovered that actually comprehensive type of economic cooperation actually help widening the gap. In fact, and we now steer every political party that are members of Liberal International to do free and fair trade, not just free trade. And fair trade would have tremendous meaning to how we formulate the trade agreements. But just take a quick look at one of the issues of CPTPP, government procurement. And now, with Buy America, government procurement philosophy is out the window. So what are we talking about? That's part of the comprehensive agreements. You see what I'm saying? So we have to go back and relook, have a hard look at what we have done, and have a good feel as to whether it serves the purpose of trade liberalization. Okay, so I will stop there because we can talk about the details of some of the issues quite easily, no problem, and I can discuss with you some of the future strategy of this country. I also chair the committee on strategy for various countries and various regions of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs. We have completed the report, which is not to be published, but we have completed. So we know exactly what we must do as a country in various countries and various regions. So I will stop there and open the floor for hot and spicy questions from the floor. Now we have the first one.
Hi, Kun Kia. Thank you very much. I'm wondering, is this actually a closed session or is it being broadcast live? Okay, well, just so you know. But you did say we could ask you any hot and spicy questions. So here's my first hot and spicy question for you. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being 100% and 0, of course, being 0, what is your prediction vis-a-vis the federal government's position on CPTPP after mid-April when the subcommittee reports are done? We heard, as you said this morning, from the Department of Trade negotiations that it depends on the people, and your view is that it depends on the government. You've said that you're obviously a free trader. You've given a path forward in your own mind of how the government could accomplish some of these adjustments in 4 months. What do you think on a scale of 1 to 10 that we're going to have a positive announcement after the subcommittee reports are done that Thailand will at least explore the possibility?
Okay. You love the number. You love the statistics.
Yeah, I do.
I don't.
Okay.
I'm a realist. Okay. Scale. It doesn't mean anything. If I say 7, I say 10, I said what? It's up to the government to start on the adjustment program. Now, what has to be done on the adjustment? Our report was so precise. I chair one of the subcommittee talking about everything else but UPOF and IP. Apart from IP and UPOF, the seat issues, everything else I chair. Okay? And all the adjustment comes from that committee. It's very clear. My report was clear what has to be done and how to do it. And this is the first time in Thai Parliament history that we invited the NGO to be part of the committee. And you know what? The decision on all issues is unanimous. So there is no disagreements among politicians like myself and the NGOs. Okay? So I cannot tell you otherwise. You can go look on the website of the Parliament and you can see, and if you can read Thai, you can see exactly what I said. Very easy. If it has to be done, it can be done. But at the same time, the two areas that I find that there is problem, okay, which is against multilateral principles. One is UPOF. Malaysia tried to amend their laws to comply with the principle of UPOF, which means to recognize the inventors of the seeds. I think the whole world would agree with me, and I'm the champion to say that inventor needs to be protected, but they must not be overprotected. So which level is fair? Malaysia tried to amend. They are party to negotiations. They tried to amend their laws with regard to UPOF requirement, 1991. And the UPOF Secretariat reviewed the law and rejected when they tried to pass on the benefit, some of the benefit of new invention to the original owner of the seed. Why is that? You tell me. Is that fair? Is that a role of UPOF to do? No. They should not play that role at all. Why a country, a sovereign country, should ask an organization, hey, approve or disapprove my law, which I believe complies with the Convention on Biodiversity, CBD, and also UPOF. So there are problems over there, okay? Now, second problem is the IP. They ask for extended IP. I'm going to ask them, come on, with the current protection, you have more than enough return on your investment. Why do you need extended IP? Because you're the owner of the most profitable one? I believe in proper protection of IP, but not over protection. Clear? So it's in our best interest to work together to make sure the system is fair and balanced. Extended IP is not balanced. Okay? That's my position. And every embassies, every ambassadors that I talk to, China, US, Australia included, I said exactly what I said to you now. And it's our job to work together to make sure UPOF is the right one, right program, because existing members of CPTPP has problem. Thank you. Current CPTPP have problem complying or implementing some of these issues. Okay? จะมีเสียงอะไรอีกไหม Okay, next question. I'm surprised. Really? No question? Okay, please. Don't be shy.
Thank you. I just raised the questions regarding the global supply chains because we all know.
Where are you from, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm from the Chinese embassy here. My name is
Very
Kai Huang. Right? So,
你好。
你好. My question is regarding the supply chains because we all know now. Currently, my personal belief that the trade is become a hostage for the political conflict. And
What is the hostage?
Trade and investment has become the hostage
Trade.
of the
Okay, trade. Okay.
So it also caused some problems with the supply chains because we know some countries boycott some countries in the industries and cause some problems for supply chains. So my question is that under the current circumstances, how should we improve or adjust the supply chains to meet these challenges? Thank you.
Okay. Very good question. I notice the war of words among big countries, and that's the fact. Okay. It bothers everybody. It makes everyone concerned. And I would tell you this. The increased trade sanctions and the increase of temporary importations taxes only hurts the country that's implementing it. The theory is clear. You know, if you graduate from any good, reasonable university, it doesn't have to be Harvard, they'll tell you exactly the same thing. You increase barriers to trade, you affect actually the lowest income earners in your own country. It's proven the past 4 years, okay? Some of the measures that implemented by big countries out of belief that is not fair, it hurts a lot of people in the country. I don't have to mention names, and you know exactly who I'm talking about. You go and take a look at all the data, okay? I cannot stop giants from fighting, but I can offer Thailand as a place that you would have a friendly framework for supply chain. Now, I'm not trying to be selfish here, but Thailand also have geographical advantage, well connected by air, by sea, by roads to so many countries in the region. So you should place where we're in a country where we're not the target of political fight among countries, okay? You remember way back in few years back, actually, supply chain has been organized in such a way that we start thinking that we should produce anything in the country that it can compete, just compete in terms of cost of production in the long run, and would put all the eggs in one basket. And in that country, it sort of faced a very major flood, unexpectedly, disrupt the whole world. Because the car cannot be completed because of one piece of equipment that's produced near Bangkok. So because of that, you need to rethink the supply chain anyway. You must spread the risk. You must make sure that yes, you can compete, you must be able to compete in the long run in terms of costs, but yet at the same time, other risks, political risks as well. Now, you can say anything about Thailand. We have so many coup d'etats, we have many changes, but you look back over the past 40 years, Thailand has always been very friendly to trade and investment. And we never let the whatever political conflicts in the country affecting the supply chain or affecting trade and investment. You can see that. That's evidence. It's evidence-based. Okay? So that would be my answer. You have to be much wiser about how you choose location for your supply chain, taking advantage of logistical costs, political risks, other risks, financial risks, legal risks. You know, I once wrote an article about the name of the article is Thailand legally friendly or just friendly? And in fact, it's proven that we are also very legally friendly as well in terms of investment protection, in terms of not flip-flopping in terms of economic policies. We don't do that. But other countries, our friends just near Thailand, they change tax overnight. Is that the kind of country that you would consider friendly? It's up to you. I'm not here to tell you what to do. Okay? And my message to big countries as well, at the time I was asked a lot because I'm in trade and I listen to so many countries talking about other countries. And I said, everything should be evidence-based, not accusation, and find solution where it's supposed to be found. If you're talking about trade disputes, you should go to WTO. Why unilateral measures? Because you're big, that's why you use unilateral measures? No, I don't agree with that kind of thought. Go to WTO, dispute settlement. The forum, we're all party to, but no just plain accusation without evidence. That's not fair. Okay?
I'm sorry, I maybe have a short follow-up questions. Because we all know now that Thailand want to improve the high-tech industries in Thailand. And China also shows that our willingness to cooperate with Thailand on these sectors. But we also know that now US is ban some technical cooperations with China. So against this background, do you think it will have any negative impact on the technology cooperation between China and Thailand? Thank you.
Yeah, the US also gave a good show in Alaska. Okay, last week, right? Yelling at each other. But yet, the following days, they said, okay, we set up a joint working group on climate change. What does that tell you? Thailand as a country with long history of relations with both US and China, okay? Thailand is the first country that have signed treaty of amity with US. Thailand is also among the first to have diplomatic ties with China when China just opened up. So we will not be taking sides, but we'll work with anyone who's willing to work with us on a fair basis. Okay? We have, as a sovereign country, we have our own values, and we believe we can be good partner to anyone who's serious in high-tech industries, and don't believe that your two countries are the only options in the world. You're not. Okay? So in terms of technology, evolution, development of technology, we all have to work with those partners who believe we have something to put on the table, and we would be benefiting equally or fairly in the piece of the pie. And it should stay clear from politics. Okay? Please, thank you.
Thank you, Kun Kiat, for your very comprehensive presentation. My name is Aji Nasution from the Embassy of Indonesia. So I think my question may be, I want to know your take on sub-regional cooperation between Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand, the so-called IMTGT.
Yeah.
I've been to their meetings, online meetings, and I mean, the sub-regional cooperation has been around for decades. So I kind of want to know your take on Thailand's perspectives on developing economic cooperation with your southern neighbors, and how the IMTGT can be improved in terms of sub-regional cooperation. Thank you.
I would not be able to speak for the government because I'm not part of the government. But if it was me, there are so many programs that we have had, including IMTGT, where we can actually do more. Okay? It can only be done if, like you mentioned IMTGT. I was involved with some of the negotiations or discussions. It will not work if all three do not see the same thing or try to head in the same direction. So the challenge is for all three countries to find a formula that we all benefit from it. The mistakes in the past, why things doesn't work, is because one country come in with their own agenda and not thinking of the other's agenda, and not putting enough time and effort to understand the others who's sitting in front of you at the same table. That's always the mistakes that I've seen in my years of trade negotiations or any negotiation internationally. And unless and until all sides at the table understand clearly what is the winning formula for all of them at the table, then you have the deal going. Okay? So I would say that if you ask me, can I see potential of cooperations? A whole lot. Okay? I lived and worked in Malaysia for 6 years. And I also work in Indonesia for years. I can see tremendous potential, but it only works if all three countries have people at the table that can iron out the real benefit of all sides. Okay? And I'm serious, you can find it if you work hard enough on it. There is no such thing as I come to the table with my only agenda and that's it, that's the only agenda. No, I don't believe in that at all. Okay? Please, Excellency. The microphone is here.
Thank you, Kun Kiat. Very interesting conversation. I think I've heard some of my favorite terms from your talk.
Okay.
Free, when it goes with fair. That's a nice thing to hear. Not everyone talks about that all the time. It's not necessarily related to trade, but so many other things. And in further conversation responding to some of the other questions. I think you just referred to mutually beneficial. This is another thing, and I think our Chinese friends often say win-win, win-win cooperation. So these are, I think, very fundamental to what we are discussing. But I think it's not easy, as we all know, to how we can strive for that. One way is to think differently, like from geopolitics or geostrategics to start thinking of geoeconomics. That's something that my government is talking about in recent years. So how we can leverage our position economically. We have a circle of friends, how we can leverage that to promote win-win partnerships. And I think one way is to enhance and increase that circle of friends so that you have overlapping circles of friendship, which can address issues like big power rivalry and how countries like Pakistan and Thailand can fit into that. We have done that traditionally, and I think we can continue to do that. So this is one thing. And I think all of that in the end would require more cooperative approaches rather than nationalist or local responses to crises. As we saw in the case of COVID, instead of a coordinated response, maybe even if it were related to lockdowns, it was not done in a coordinated manner. Yeah, okay, nationally actions were taken, but in the end it did not produce a good result. And even today we see same problems with vaccinations, the rollout and everything. So it requires a coordinated approach, and we hope that such kind of responses can be attained through cooperation. This was just by way of a comment. My question is related to the thinking in Thailand as to how it is going to reorganize or restructure its economy in the future. We know it's mostly tourism and export-led growth, and with what has happened now in the wake of COVID, how do you think it's going to move forward? Thank you.
Thank you. That's excellent question, and thanks for your sharing of your views earlier. We need a different growth model, not just talk. Real money putting into research and development. We're going to go high tech if we don't have, or we're not committed to investment in technologies, in research and development. We're not going to get there. We just hit ourselves. So government needs to find or to rearrange some of the investment. I'm not talking about just the government budget. I think the challenge is how we mobilize the private sector to work hand in hand with government on the right issues. We can no longer compete on low cost of labors. Sorry, long gone. But people also talk about textile being a sunset industry years ago, and it's proven wrong as well. Right? How do we blend the technology in today's world with the new ability of people to be part of the supply chain or be part of production without a traditional thinking only at the cost of labor? That's a challenge. And it cannot be done by private sector alone or by the government alone. They got to work together and come up with a magic formula that say, hey, that's a right combination of the new technology, the research and development, and then also the labor force that is skilled enough. Okay, so I think the challenge is there. And the answer is not yet there. It's not yet there, but it has to be found. If we don't find that, we're going to become a country that is medium to low growth of GDP, which is not what we want. I think this country deserves 6 to 8% growth of GDP per year if we do it right, with the right tools, with the right programs. In fact, I have a few things in mind that I sort of hope that one day I would be able to implement it, and I think it will be good for the country. But until that day, I don't want it to go to waste. Okay? Thank you. Do we have a question from the other side? Not at the moment. Okay. So how much time do we have? Question here, please. Microphone. Ambassador Chile.
Kun Kiat, good afternoon to everyone. Many thanks for your widely free points of view. More than a question, I would like to, in a way, to approach your perception in something that you mentioned regarding COVID. And it was mentioned today in the morning. No? You mentioned that what happens in one affects the other. And that's clear, let's say, here in Asia Pacific, in Latin America, in everywhere, not only regarding COVID. So I have followed your rationality in terms of the challenges looking ahead, and I'm very, I would say, totally convinced that despite our roles here as bridges, as facilitators, obviously any country, and particularly Thailand, that has been so deeply affected in the tourism industry, sort of backbone, deserves better. And I'm very pleased to learn that despite the numbers, because at the end of the day it's not only numbers, there is this ambitious behind, no? As APEC and climate change, everyone says that we should be more ambitious. So what's your regarding the argument of this seminar in terms of economic diplomacy strategy and the in a way the going forward? What's more than your personal? What's the feeling you as MP, as member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, on your colleagues in terms of that the priority, obviously, the needs of Thailand among any country, in a way, has become more unilaterally than multilaterally. In other words, is there a real convincement that multilaterally, and it's not vis-a-vis Washington or the new administration, would be a sort of awaited expectation for Thailand, but at the same time, you have the disadvantage that you have to give priority in a very bad, I would say, looking ahead, local economy. Is real a sharing approach that, as you call it, not free trade, but trade, FTAs, RCEP, TPP 11, would be important or priority tools? I'm telling you this because in the case of Chile that was mentioned today morning, the high developed index in Latin America, development human index in Latin America, and the first GDP PPP. But at the end, we couldn't go ahead with the last week of the summit of APEC because there was a very important, I would say, social unrest. So more than the middle track, you think that along more regarding the timings of the approval of the tools that trade has over the table, and today morning was mentioned about the very ambitious trade, I would say, agenda, no, Pakistan, Turkey, Sri Lanka, Thailand, EU, UK, even EFTA. We are dealing with EFTA. So despite the goodwill and your views that I totally agree, what's the perception that you feel among the parliament, among your colleagues, among foreign affairs, that despite good ideas, this COVID, as I always said, has not only naked us, that has, in a way, killed us, because we are treating with a different phenomena that nobody's prepared, and has affected even more Chile, for example, than anyone. So it's real today, despite the new administration, this coming back to multilateralism necessarily means that you will be success. Is there a convincement that the way through that you are pushing ahead on your colleagues, on the government, on the private sector, would be success? This I'm telling you, not only Thailand, in the environment of ASEAN. Okay. If something happens in ASEAN, and I will not go through, politically, mainly in this moment political, there is a lot of noise in the region. Big powers, middle powers, small powers, a lot of challenges. So what's your, I'm not telling you to be optimistic or less optimistic, what's your perception about the environment that you on a daily basis look ahead? Because we have been saying that perhaps, obviously, RCEP will be a reality in the next 4 or 5 months. China has been put it over the table. Thailand has been doing it over the table as well. Even Chile shows some big interest in RCEP.
Okay. I will try to respond to very variety of questions that you have put together and in a very philosophical manner. Thank you. My perception, working in Parliament, we have those who are MPs, member of parliaments, who have to work with their constituencies, and I sympathize for them. And their issues are not foreign affairs. Their issues at home is about economic hardships, is about work, job opportunities, is about cost of living. And I don't blame them one bit, okay? So they're doing the best they can to represent their constituencies, to be the voice in the parliament. Now, as to Thailand, where do we go from here in terms of what do we need in order to at least help improve the economic situation or economic development in this country? It was clear, as I mentioned to you, that the exercise of CPTPP committee was very helpful to put things in perspective. As I mentioned, we have this agreement with NGOs for years. And this is the first time that NGO was part of the parliamentary committees, and we are unanimous in our views forward. Meaning, we need to do adjustments domestically, internally, and once we do that, we will be ready to negotiate deals with everybody. Okay? As to the region, yes, I'm the type that do not listen to gossips. I like gossips, but I will not take it way too seriously. ASEAN will always find a unique way to survive, to do better, to strive better when major economies will try to ask ASEAN members to take sides. And ASEAN is wise enough not to do so. We will not, although certain interests of certain countries on certain issues may present an opportunity for some countries to cooperate with the other in certain way. But it does not mean that's a division of ASEAN. And you've seen that in most continents, okay? In South South-South, you have seen that. In Europe, you've seen that. In Latin America, you've seen that. And it's only natural. Now, you ask, what if there is one thing that we can do better, as myself, who is working in the Foreign Affairs Committee, our conclusion was clear. We have to be more proactive in terms of our diplomacy. We used to be proactive. Back to Rama V. If we're not proactive, we don't exist. Okay? We used to be. And because of the world regime has changed so much, where you have different international organizations to do this and that, and we forget to be proactive. And my message from the committee to all government ministries is that, please, if you don't know what you need to be proactive on, come see us. We have a shopping list for you. But you can be. Just last week, I went to visit my friends from Canada at her residence. And the message was what? We want to increase the trade among each other to be 5 billion, sorry. Oh, it's a B and an M. That is something I'm looking for. You know, I know Canada for years, and they have always been very precise in their mission. I don't know about other embassies, but so many embassies these days are very clear in terms of their mandate or expected outcome. And I wish we could all work together to identify some of those real issues, real projects, real outcome, real deliverables that we both win. And that's a winning formula for all of us. Okay? So we could do a whole lot more. IMTGT, our friends from there, I said we could do more. Okay? Mekong Committee, we could do more. ASEAN, we could do more. +6, we could do wonder if we use the right frame of mind to identify the right project. Okay? I'm sorry that you have to stop the break because I overused my time. Okay, so if there is no last question in a hurry, I'm going to stop here. Oh, you have one last question, please. Last question from our friends from Maldives. Please.
Thank you. Now, Thailand has a very ambitious project going on in the EEC.
Yeah.
And I understand there is a deep sea port included in this project.
Yes.
And
Phase 4 of Lam Chabang.
yes. My first question is, how realistic is the maritime channel in southern Thailand?
Malacca Strait?
Yes.
Okay.
And my second question is, given the current disruption in supply chains globally, and the most recent maritime disruption in the Suez Canal as we speak, and also Thailand becoming a logistic hub in the region. And also, since you mentioned Thailand's strategies for countries and regions, would you happen to have any kind of maritime cooperation strategy towards countries like the Maldives in the Indian Ocean? Because this is considered a very key geographical route for maritime logistics. Thank you.
I hope that is not a test question. You asked me if we have maritime arrangement with Maldives. I don't know, sir. No. I would say that you're talking about the congestion in Malacca Strait. I have discussed with the shipping association, how would I call that? Federation of Export through shipping, through shipments, through ships, okay? Export Association. I don't remember the English name for it, but all those who are involved in shipping for export, they get together and form an opinion, and they study the Grat Canal or whatever canal proposed by various people. And they also look at the change of maritime practice for Malacca Strait. Few things that was noted. First, in the old days, we have so many ships passing by in that Malacca Strait, congested, creates so much congestion because of small ships, so many small ships. Today's so many large ships. They change from small shipments to larger shipments, less number of passage or less number of ships per day. So the congestion is no longer like what was projected in the past. I'm a big fan of East-West Corridor. Okay, I don't believe that you dig up a canal through Thailand would be an answer. Sorry, you can send anyone to talk to me, and I'm not going to be convinced. Don't waste your time. Last time I discussed with some friends from China who told me that it would take 10 years to excavate that, and at so much costs, not just financial costs, environmental costs. So now land bridge, yeah. Where is the most appropriate? It would be my wish that if the situation in Myanmar is better, Tawai is an ideal port. Deep sea port is ideal naturally. It can accommodate such a big vessels without having to make so much investment in terms of improving the conditions. Okay. Now, if we do that and we go all the ways to Da Nang by Route 13, that would be the best options to link Andaman and the other side of Thailand. And it would save time for shipment to Europe and to Middle East significantly, and cost as well. So it would be my choice. That would be my first choice. In absence of that first choice, there are so many land bridge projects that have been already identified here and there, but I don't like some of those because southern Thailand is where we make income from tourism. So if we allow cargo ships to move around, and if there are any accidents that might take place, it can happen. It's going to be affecting so many tourist destinations. That's why I don't like that. I much prefer the Tawai option in the middle of Thailand. Low risk, low investment, but we need peaceful countries in order to work together as a team. And it could be part of Belt and Roads. I don't know why it's not. So that would be my point. Okay. It's been a privilege. Thank you very much. And I will give back the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you very much for your interesting session, His Excellency Kiet Siti Amon. And now, may I invite Mr. Manu Sithiprasad to present a souvenir of appreciation to our speakers, His Excellency Mr. Giat Siti Amon. Thank you very much. And now we will take a 5 minutes toilet break.
I'm going to go back to Maldives. It's such a beautiful place. Yeah, at some point. My wife loves it.
Nice. It's this way, but it's nice. Look at it and I feel a little peace. Oh, we can, but you know.
well. You start yelling when you want me to start. I don't know if I know water I have. This is my water, yes. No. Maybe, yeah, you can put it in the. Don't know whether I should sit or stand. Huh? No, because if I sit, nobody sees me. Or maybe they do. They don't care. I only walk, but I don't want to walk in front of them. So that's okay. I'll just sit here for a while. No, it's gonna be destructive. I'll just try to do it like this, and then I'll see. Yeah, absolutely.
Because I don't have any.
No. I'll explain. Okay. So give me the chance to explain.
No, because no, like when I.
So I'll tell them.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Don't worry. You're too kind.
Are they advice?
Yes.
And
That's important.
do you have any
No, it's
Oh, at large.
at large.
Okay.
For anything. So, what do you call that as and for all occasions or whatever, you know, fixer.
Because it went back and forth, you know, and after we were like, are you sure is this correct?
Yeah.
They're
It's,
like, "It's correct."
it's a
Yeah,
picture. You don't want us to look into the camera, I know that.
To, you know, pretend like
Yeah,
it's a Pythagoras.
yes. Yeah. No, it's I used to be the coordinator, and so then topic-based advisors, right? And so we were not, you know, because I'm not for the certain topic, I'm overall, right? And when you say overall advisor, it sounds a little bit funny, right?
Okay.
So this is equally intriguing. But hi, yeah. So we can start. My daughter is fine. Yes, she was interning for the ITT. Oh. Many years ago.
Oh, you did ITD?
Yes.
Which
I think.
department?
She was in communication.
Our department.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, she's working for the. She's working. Now she's working on some other section, but because she specialized. She is. I miss her because I haven't seen her. Oh, yeah, because she's in Finland and I'm here. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, well, let's start. Yeah. Past time. Yes.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And I am very delighted to welcome Miss Mia Mikish, Dr. Mia Mikish, ArtNet Advisor at Large. And she will be our discussion leading. She will talk about the state of Asia economy, trade, and investment. So if you could please give her a round of applause.
Thank you. And so I see quite a number of friends around the room. So glad to see you, and I'm also very privileged to be introduced to the others that I don't know. I used to work for Regional Commission for Asia Pacific, ESCAP, until 1st of February. I retired. It was a mandatory retirement, not at free will. But I remained very tightly connected with the network that is called the Asia Pacific Research and Training Network on Trade, or ArtNet. And since we have 20 plus advisors that take care of specific issues, I have been nominated or designated as an advisor at large. So basically, if something needs to be fixed, then they call me, and I'm glad to be involved with the network and everyone else. So ITD is one of the institutional members of ArtNet, and that's how we go all the way back many years. We don't want to say how many, and we have had really very fruitful collaboration in putting together capacity building courses and as well broadening knowledge sharing in the region. And so of course it's my privilege, and I'm very happy to be here today. You will be happy to hear that I was told to, even though we are starting late, to cut our session short. So because of the traffic and everything else. So basically, you know, I'm going to try to squeeze 2-hour session into 1 hour. And I would appreciate if you sort of stop me as I go through if I'm going through certain things too quickly. And also, of course, I'm available for discussions on social media and also through email if you lose the opportunity to comment on anything. Initially, I thought I would have 2 parts in this presentation. One was supposed to be based on presentation of statistical data and information on the state of the economies globally and in the region post the start of the COVID, so from basically end of 2019 onwards, and then also with some retrospection in the period before that. However, because a number of speakers actually referred to this, I don't see the need to really go into detailed things. I'm going to summarize a number of slides that I have on that. You are very welcome. I think the slides will be shared anyway, so you're very welcome to look the stats in detail. They are not mine. I have simply collated them from international organizations like IMF, World Bank, UN, etc., to present to you some sort of a comprehensive cover. But if you have any questions on the source or interpretation, I'll be glad to come back to you with the answer. Then I was going to really go more into Asian economies, and again I actually planned to go through 3 things there. One is related to dealing with the longer term damage arising from the recession that is caused that has been caused by COVID, not in terms only of what we're hearing this morning as well, in inequalities that are deepened through the crisis and social issues, but also in terms of sustainable development. So I'm going to say a little bit on that because I keep that topic very close to my heart, and not only because I worked for the UN, but because I think that sustainable development is the priority number 1 for every country on the globe. And then I was going to go a little bit into really things related to international transactions, right? And look at 2 sectors in particular, or comment on 2 sectors in particular, importance for Asia. One, looking a little bit backwards, tourism, because it has been a backbone of the development of many of the Asian economies. And then another one, which is digital sort of economy or development of, or embracing digital in all sectors of the economy, that is looking a little bit forward and presents itself as the opportunity for Asian economy in terms of their development. And then since this is economic diplomacy sort of session, I was going to go, and I hope we will really focus on that part. to really look into what are the issues with respect to countries not being able to find a common position or common understanding related to these particular topics. Of course, I'm biased, so I've selected those. There are any number of topics that I have that you have also heard some others this morning. But really looking into the trade tensions that actually appear to be trade tensions, but are just a masquerade for different type of tensions between countries, rethinking resilience, balancing regional initiatives, and then looking also towards reviving multilateralism. Of course, I would like to speak about trade multilateralism, but there are other dimensions of multilateralism that are very, very important as well. And then we were hoping to have a discussion from the floor, given that we have to cut short. I'm not sure about that, but let's see how it goes. I'm sorry, I'm gonna be looking also at my notes a little bit because it's been a long day as well. So as I said, I'm gonna just flip through these, I think, 10 or so slides that have statistics, because you have seen these presented in different way, but they all tell the same story, right? So starting with the health crisis or issues with COVID, what we have seen since February last year, really the outbreak of this virus going across the world, right? And then the blue line here, these are the number of weekly cases. So the blue line is for the advanced countries, and the yellow line is for the emerging market and developing economies. This is the statistics collated by the World Bank, and so they use this categorization of groups of countries. So emerging economies and developing economies, of course, this is at the global level, not only Asia. So what, I don't have to really go into the deep message of this, but the obvious sort of warning sign is that we are not, and that has been repeated throughout the day, we are not out of the pandemic yet, and this is important to understand with vaccine or with no vaccine. And then also what was said, and again I'm using here the World Bank data, is that the 2020 is the year that will be known as the mother of all crises or mother of all recessions. Only the 1930s depression was deeper than the fall of the global output last year. And it did turn out a little bit better than what was seen in the first quarter or the second quarter of 2020. But even that it really is not sufficient. I have put a little graph over a longer period of time so that you can see that how deep that fall was in terms of percentage of the GDP across global, advanced, and emerging economies. And then, as you can see by the projections for the 2021 and 2022, yes, there will be growth. But at the end of 22, we might be only at where we left 2019. So this is point, the levels of growth rates are very dangerous sort of indicator to work with because they are deceiving. So you have an appearance of growth, but you have to look at the base from which you are growing, all right? So this is just making up for the lost territory due to COVID. That's why it is known as the mother of all recessions. And I think this graph shows you this gap that we will have to close, by 2020, if we are lucky, because some of the projections are actually less optimistic, and they are hinting to 2023, 2024, depending on group of countries and depending also on so many factors. We will talk about these risks. Some of the risks or factors that will influence how lucky we will be to get out of this by 2022 and is stability and the depth of fiscal support, right? So many governments have started very generously supporting in 2020, and then as the end of the crisis was not on the horizon, many are actually starting to reduce the support or to change the type of the support from really grants to loans, etc., right, including international organizations. There are not so many countries that still have comfortable fiscal space to really continue with the needed support, right? And that support will not be ending in 22. It will have to go actually on for another few years. So the debt that is starting to accumulate across developing countries is starting to be worrying. Right? And so this is another risk that international organizations, and I'm proud to say UN have actually raised the alarm among the first of the organizations, and IMF has actually started to do started initiatives to help with addressing this long-term debt. But just a comment in passing, normally many developing countries depend on overseas development assistance, not only in area of trade through aid for trade, but in general. And what 2020 saw was a reduction in the level of ODA by many traditional donors, some like UK, because of the change in the sort of housing of who is responsible for ODA, have reduced the level of the share of GDP that they will be giving out as ODA. And that is also worrying, because ODA is one that is, following the criteria that were agreed through Paris and other deals, non-conditional and taking care of development, etc. So what we now have is that the gap that is being created by this reduction of ODA is starting to be covered by financing from the development banks. But the financing from the development banks are not the same quality as ODA, because the financing from the development bank goes in that debt creation, right? These are loans, all right? And so they create completely different obligations for these countries. This just shows, the comparison between the progress that you can make through good reform policies that pushes your fiscal stability up as compared to the unsuccessful reforms that are called setbacks and that reduces your ability. Okay, very quickly on trade, because we have heard lots of data on that. Yes, trade was initially projected by the WTO at the global level of falling by about 32%, if I remember correctly. We ended up with the contraction of only 9.5%, right? But this is still very, very significant because we don't often hear about the fall in trade, right? Trade has, since the global financial crisis, the growth of trade has really stagnated, right? So economists among yourself can equalize it with the notion of diminishing returns from the microeconomics, right? So it was growing, but at very low level, right? And actually it started to grow at the level lower than the growth of GDP at the global level, right? Showing that trade was not responsive to any sort of the triggers by expansion of spending. So that was also worrying because for the policymakers, then the question is how do you actually revive the economies that are actually trade dependent. I'm not going to go into details of this, but what you are shown here is just comparison between goods and services trade, and you can see also here international tourist arrival and the growth of over a longer period of time in goods and services. And why I'm showing that is that since the global financial crisis, actually because of the change of the structure of the economy, global economy, and hyperglobalization shifting or converting into slower growth of trade and FDI, except for the services, right? So the services was the sector that was pulling economies since the global financial crisis compared to the manufacturing and agriculture, right? And so what happened with COVID is that these traditional services sectors were hit, all right? Tourism, travel, all the services that are related to trade were initially hit because of the volume of business they were doing, like insurance, financial, etc. But then because of the restructuring of demand and supply, their prices hiked up, so they made up for a little bit, or shipment made up or is making up a lot in terms of the price increases, particularly now after Suez. But the bottom line here is that services are in big trouble. Traditional services, right? Tourism, travel, and related services to that. And this is just another slide showing the same thing. This is the world merchandise trade volume year on year. So you can see it here from 2018 Q3. These are quarterly data. So the deep fall in Q3 and then slight recovery. But as said, overall, we are in the negative. And the drivers of this growth in the last or small recovery in the last quarter in terms of sectors are, if I can read it here, or by memory, I know it's the car sector, computers. Actually, car sector is not so much, but the backup orders and then container shipping and the computer and the office equipment, but the office in this sense for the work from home, and then raw materials. And then similar thing for the services, as you can see, services recovering a little bit, but again, in terms of sectors, it is not related to travel and tourism, but to services that are based on digital and knowledge exchange, etc. So when you look at who is benefiting at present, you can see it is container shipping rates are going up, and delivery times are also going up, and particularly now after Suez, as I said, it will be challenging thing. Sorry that I'm going very, very fast through this, but I just need to save time for the other part. So if you look now into the Asia and Pacific, the story about the growth is the same as the global. I think there were only few countries in Asia Pacific that were able to close 2020 with the positive GDP growth. One was China, one was Taiwan. And I think some of the countries like New Zealand had some of the quarters, last quarter positive growth. And I think I'm not sure that on the average India is among those. But in general, this shows based on the previous experiences, how many years do you need to grow to make up for the deep recession, right? So it's up to 5 years, as you can see here, to start recovering for the growth, right? Balance of payments for the developing countries in Asia Pacific has also seen some changes. This is minus China, because China is so big that it actually changes the picture. And here we have export growth for, again, China is the black, the East Asian economies is the red, and in total, and then emerging economies. Sorry, I'm misreading it from this side. So what we have, China is the black, and red is the advanced economies of Asia, and then the yellow is emerging economies of Asia minus China. So you can see that the only one that is actually in the green, so to speak, is China. In South Asia, the story is unfortunately not evolving very well, because each subsequent projections of growth from the World Bank were putting growth prognosis at a lower level, and the same is true for the, this is the picture of share of global poor that are homed in South Asian countries. And so you can see that given these prognosis, the sort of reversal of the progress that has been made in reducing poverty in South Asia is very worrying. And then we have, right, and this is primary fiscal balance as well in all of the countries that the data is available for is not showing any sort of high quality fiscal space. And more specifically, this is now ESCAP data that we have put out in December 2020, shows the goods and services trade. Again, everything is downward, and then even our forecasts for for the last quarter of 2020, and then going into 21, that is in the study, is not that optimistic. Now, despite this, Asia Pacific has managed to actually increase the intra-regional trade for the continent, right? Actually, I needed to start by saying that Asia, and in particular, if you add Pacific, is very diverse region, and so that what you are saying for the whole region is hiding so many of very specific characteristics that belong to specific subregions, and not to mention particular economies. So it's very difficult to operate at the regional level. But when you look at the intra-regional trade, then even though it's growing and it's it's now over 50% of the total trade of these economies. It is very concentrated both on the export and import side, and in of course that China, which is this blue area, is taking on the export side 31%, and I think similarly on the import side. And then the next big sort of destination is Hong Kong, China, this area, right? And then we have Japan and Republic of Korea on this side. So basically, 5 economies take almost two-thirds of regional trade. This is a very high concentration, right? And I have checked actually the concentration of intra-regional trade of the European Union. And apart from one single economy that takes quite a bit of export and import in intra-European trade, which is Germany, about 20%, right? The rest is dispersed through the other 26 member states of the European Union. Not so much in Asia Pacific. So I'm putting this out because of the geopolitical tensions that we are facing, and you know, China being called out many times today as the reason or the target of these tensions. And you know, when you look at the dependency, and I'm not putting any value to that term, but it is normally to use in terms of trade indicators. And when you look at the concentration dependency of the whole continent on trade with one country, then it is reasonable to see why so much discussion goes on to that. Anyway, when you look also at the type of trade that is taken with in the region and with the rest of the world, then you see that Asia with itself trades most of the intermediate goods and very little of the final consumption goods. All right, but this is with itself within Asia Pacific, and this is between Asia Pacific and China. So these two things. And then when you look at the trade with European Union and United States, you can see that most of it is in the form of the final goods. What this graph tells you is that this is the story of the factory of Asia, right? So Asia is trading mostly intermediate goods, parts and components, raw materials among themselves, right? Producing those, transforming them into the final consumption goods and exporting those to the rest of the world, namely United States and the European Union, right? So the relevance of this is big, because if United States and European Union decide that they don't want to import final goods anymore from Asia, right? Then Asia, in very simple terms, would need to think about, what are we going to trade among themselves, or how are we going to make our own markets import more of the final goods from each other? That requires growth and consumption, right? In the post-COVID situation where we have so many unemployed and so many losing income, etc., it's very dubious how you will revive the growth. And that's why the comments that we were hearing this morning about, you know, the policies of dual circulation, of the self-reliance, etc., many countries are saying, oh, okay, we need to take care of what we produce by boosting domestic demand first, and then we will be able to rely on export afterwards. We can discuss this as we move on if you want. Very briefly, also, foreign direct investment is a very sad story. because it started to fall. It started to fall 2018-19, and 2020 was supposed to be the year of growth. It never happened and actually fell 42% globally. But on the other side, Asia Pacific kept its position. All right, so it suffered only 4% decline in FDI inflow, right, which put it at the highest level in terms of the share of the destination for FDI inflows. But nevertheless, given the importance of FDI for so many countries as a source of well, not financing for development, because often that is related to again different instruments, but knowledge and management and connections to the other markets, that is worrying, right? In terms of the greenfield investment, again, the destination in Asia held its own. You see, it's rather sort of flattish, right? Not so much down. But what is really, and this is unfortunately all data, it goes only up to 2019. But what is relevant there, that before COVID, FDI, the average from 2015 to 2019 was going, this is the light green area, coal, oil, and gas. The green, sorry, I don't know how many people are really working in FDI. The difference between standard FDI data and greenfield data. Greenfield is the money that is being actually earmarked for new productive investment, right? Opening of the new facilities. This is not purchasing the factories that exist. This is building a new, right? So if most of that goes into coal, gas, right? This is worrying, because this is after 2015, when we signed the Sustainable Development Goals, when we said we don't want any coal, right? Any coal, right? So this is not good. On the other hand, the most recent data that I got, and I'm sorry I did not have opportunity to put it in there, shows that through 2020 data, the new investment that is succeeding to actually appear out there is green, is at least committed to be green, all right? And that many investors are now actually pledging that they will be leaving dirty industries, non-renewable resources, etc., etc. So hopefully, after COVID, the picture that we will have here will be very, very different, at least based on what we hear now when we talk with the investors and the private sector. Okay, are there any questions here? No. Okay, so let me go with a little bit digging into why we had mother of all crises, all right? Well, first we had health shock, all right? So this was all this vaccine, all this virus, and we had almost 3 million deaths, etc., etc., right? I'm not gonna go into that. It is a sad story, and of course it is a very serious problem. Then what was mentioned this morning, I think someone said, oh, when I think it was our colleague from the Ministry of Commerce who said, oh, Wuhan, when they noticed virus in China, Wuhan closed up, all right? So Hubei province actually closed up. What happened was that parts and components and Hubei is producing so many of the parts and components for assembly, right? For all sorts of things, cars, electronics, etc., etc., right? It didn't go out. right? Because it was closed up. So the first thing, even, I think 10 days after they closed up, right, it was Hyundai in Korea that was like, okay, we can't produce anything more. Then I heard from my former friends in Europe, the factories of Hyundai were closing up in Central Europe as well, right? Because they didn't have parts and components. Toyota that had parts and that had some factories in Vietnam was able to relocate some of the production. But that was this supply shock, right? It came because you had no transport routes open, customs were closing, and people were able to export as long as they had inventory that was produced, but they couldn't produce more because their workers were not going to the factories, right? So you had this supply shock. Right? On top of that, you had demand shock, right? Because when people are not working, you have huge uncertainty. They don't spend money, right? And they don't have opportunity to spend money because everything is closed, right? So many businesses suffered the loss of revenue, and that was this demand shock. On the other hand, you had another demand shock, which was extraordinary growth in demand for PPE products, for personal protective equipment, for ventilators, for some sort of components for pharma industry, etc. That grew in like overnight 50 times and more. I got some statistics that China supplied 50% of world market for the medical masks, right? That was 20 million pieces, right, a year before COVID, right? In COVID, they actually had to create the production capacity for 240 million masks for China only. Right? So then I have no way to verify the statistics. It's what it was published. But I'm giving it as I got it. That was the demand shock for certain products, right? And of course, because of that demand and because there was a supply shock, you could not find these products in the United States, in Europe, in many parts of Asia until they started to produce domestically, all right? I think this was the first time that in advanced countries, they couldn't get toilet paper in the supermarket, all right? Maybe it was a good lesson. But on the other hand, it created an atmosphere of fear, anxiety, and a sort of overreaction to the fact that thing that I'm looking for is coming from the foreign market. And it's not coming to me because it's foreign, not because my border is closed and I don't have people in the logistics to get it to me, or I don't have staffers to bring it to me, or my people didn't actually made any inventories or stocks because they were operating on a minimum cost basis. And they didn't want to hold any inventories because they were relying on these things to come on just in time, all right? And so they were pushing all the risks to the producers rather than to the distributor, all right? So people don't think about that, but it's very easy to find blame and to point, as it was said this morning, and I have to really rush to this. All of this brings us to the development shock. So what we are really facing now is a development shock, all right? So the COVID is not only cutting our current near-term growth or trade, all right, but is cutting our ability, our opportunity to develop and to develop in a sustainable way, right? I don't care, to be honest. I don't care when people tell me I'm liberalizing trade to expand trade. I don't care about that. I care when I liberalize trade to open opportunities to develop in terms of not only economic prosperity, but in terms of social equity and in terms of environmental responsibility, right? And so when we don't have that tool, then we need to be really, really worried about it. And so I'll skip about over that. My former organization, my former home, just released the statistics, and many of you probably were at the launch of that report, so I'm going to fly through it, right? This is the progress report on the SDGs for 2020, and you can see that, you know, this sort of vertical line is where everyone should be on at the end of 2020 in terms of meeting all the 17 goals in order to come to 2030, where they said they would be based on the targets that are locked into these things. Not only that we are not on the line, we are actually regressing. We are regressing in climate action, and we are regressing in life below water. Again, this is average for Asia Pacific. And as I said, averages are very, very dangerous things to talk about, right? What I'm giving you here is, again, average, but of the subgroup of countries, right? So this is high income countries. As you can see, they have different regressions, but it's not that they don't have them. They have actually in more of the goals than the average for the Asia Pacific, right? In particular, again, the life underwater, but also, so I'm talking about high income countries, and they are going in reverse on goal 16. What is goal 16? Peace, democracy, right? Human rights and all of that, right? We are talking about high income countries, all right, in Asia Pacific. And then you have lower middle income countries, all right? Again, you have the same problem, all right? Bigger on the 16 as well, right? Which country is there? Which country is there in low middle income countries? With respect to 16, Myanmar, right? Okay. And then you have low income countries, all right? And so you have, again, issues with the oceans and you know, luckily, actually less regression than the others, because they had to actually plan and have better strategy on this than some other countries. Okay. If you don't mind, I'm just going to fly through. I'm sorry, Kun Manu. If you think I'm going too quickly, just stop me. All right. Okay. So I just wanted to comment on two sectors, and that is from the perspective that tourism, that was actually giving us so much of livelihood in our economies, right? Employing directly, but more importantly, indirectly, so many people, right? Tourism is a sector that has a huge spillover effects, positive, of course, negative as well, but positive in terms of creating employment and income for small, small and medium-sized enterprises and individuals, et cetera, right? You can see that countries that have more than 10% of GDP coming out of tourism include Thailand, but also Cambodia, Fiji, Georgia, Maldives, etc. Right? Now, this is, of course, very difficult statistics to look at, right? But what are the, so this is a challenge. And the problem is, what do we do with tourism, right? What do we do with tourism? Tourism in Asia has been actually fueled by foreign demand, right? And so now when people say, well, let's talk about domestic tourism, right? Can you replace 40 million visitors in Thailand? You cannot, right? In Maldives, who's going to travel from one island to next to stay in the 5-star resort, right? Domestic tourism for many of these economies, right? I'm not talking about huge countries and I'm not talking about advanced countries. It's not possible. It's not possible, right? Preferential partner travel bubbles, yes, right? So that will require, this is like a bilateral thing, like let's choose New Zealand and Thailand, let's vaccinate populations, let's create direct flights, let's create whatever, sort of processes, etc., etc. By the time we do all of that, hopefully, we will not have that large number of cases on a daily basis, right? And then the sub-variant of that option is let's sort of see whether we can do it in a sub-regional, right? So for example, for ASEAN, for certain countries, can we do Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, if they all move in the same direction, and so we create this bubble. And the problem again is, do you have domestic demand, right? So maybe you will have Thai people wanting to go to Lao Prabang, but I'm not sure that many of the Laotians would have money to come to luxurious resorts in Phuket. Right? So there is a problem with tourism. I don't have answers. I'm just giving you the problem. If you have ideas, please share, because we are all dying to get. Now the sector or the sources of opportunities are digital, right? We have seen through COVID that many firms were able actually to sustain their production and existence by converting into digital. And I'm not talking only delivery of food or things like that, sort of trivial things, right? But really to shift the complete business model from retailing in physical brick and mortar building to the online presence, right? To change how you produce things, how do you supply, how do you source supply, et cetera, et cetera. So digital, starting from the level of the firm to the level of the country, the countries that were able to say, hey, look, this is serious. If we do not shift to the digital processing of goods across the border, we are not going to get anything through. Right? Because the paper submission and inspection, etc., it's not going to work. We don't simply have people there, right? So countries that were able to actually embrace the digital certification and clearance of the document were able to continue with their trade activities. But the problem, and so on, right? I mean, including much of the stuff, right? Even if you want to do digital business in your country, many firms would want to do it. Do you allow them to accept across the border digital payments? Did you check with your central bank? Does it allow? How, from where, how? I know many countries that still, order from Alibaba by payment at the doorstep through certain other countries that allow payment across the border, right? So it's a problematic thing, right? So you need many things to revive the digital, but the danger or the risk, not the danger, the risk of being able to use the digital transformation is that we still have many countries that are not connected. Not only in terms of infrastructure only, I think 54% of households in Asia Pacific doesn't have broadband internet, right? Statistics that I think I know, right? You have some data here, but it is also that the reliance on digital will depend on the knowledge and skills and education of the labor force that is now losing that education because we don't have schools open. All right. So comes in 5-year time, you will need engineers and you will need you will need young workers. They will have no qualifications because of the digital divide now. All right. So everything is interconnected. And so we need to actually wake up in terms of what is the opportunity in digital economy and how do we actually solve it? Because it is not an easy thing. And yes, working with private sector will help, but infrastructure is a government business and responsibility. Right? You cannot expect your telecommunication company to actually build you stable and affordable and accessible internet access. Right? It's a duty of the government, and so this is where the governments actually fail. Okay, new cross-border issues. Cross-border issues. I like this graph. I like this graph because it measures uncertainty of economic policy, all right? And so you have it on long term from 2000, but look what is, and then yes, so it was a normal thing, right? Like a sort of, what is this, 2003? What was 2003? It was dot-com crisis, right? It was the first digital economic crisis, right? And so you have a little bit blip, but then it quiets down. And then you have, whoops, what is that? 2008, 2009 global financial crisis, right? And then after the global financial crisis, it settles a little bit. Then we have, again, the very uncertain conditions in terms of growth. Trade is not growing, investment is not growing. So things are getting into sort of volatility. It quiets down. We had a small growth there. And then starting 2016, 2017, we know what was happening, right? It explodes. And then, of course, it explodes in 2020. So uncertainty is the cradle of overreaction, right? Because and fear and distrust, right? And so when you have this sort of, and this is for the global economy, there are similar for the countries themselves. Unfortunately, we don't have them for the region. But what that bred was overreaction in trade policies, right? So in 2020, what we had, just showing you this is growth in 2020 and 20. I have a better graph, but not here, unfortunately. Sorry, which actually counts all the measures that were put in place as export restrictions. In terms of COVID situation. So with this uncertainty, okay, may I have another 10 minutes? May I have another 10? Sorry, because I just want to close. I just want to close it. All right. So what I want to talk now about with this uncertainty, and it was bred originally with China, U.S. Actually, U.S. using its position to claim national security rationale to impose many unilateral measures in many of the sectors, right? And it was measures, it was mostly tariffs, all right, through either like remedies that was anti-dumping of countervailing duties, or simply just saying, okay, this is not working for me in terms of my national security, so I'm imposing tariff, all right? And of course, the reference was made of non-functioning dispute settlement mechanism, and I can speak about that for many hours. But in that situation, countries are, very slow in being able to react to such unilateral position. So what was happening is that increases in tariffs were changing the type of trade policies that for decades before that were in the direction of reducing tariffs, all right? And some of those tariffs were substituted by non-tariff measures, all right? And not some, but quite a few of them, right? But the problem with the supply chains is they really need to have low tariffs at the border to operate efficiently and smoothly, right? Why? Because for value chains, what you have is that parts and components need to cross borders many times. And if they now have to pay even 2% higher tariff, the cost of production is not going to fit into your minimized cost business model, all right? So this change in the policies, towards increasing tariffs, and I can tell you that the bilateral tariff of U.S. to China, right, increased in this period of time to several times, I think 4.5 times to 19% average, all right? So that's a huge tariff for the value chains to operate, okay? So resilience of value chains was started to be, resilience is very much in vogue as a terminology, right? But for the producers in the chains themselves, right? They were starting looking at their operations before COVID by looking at these tariffs. And they were saying, hey, these costs are not anymore in line with our budget line. We need to change the sourcing or change the way how we export so that we don't, for example, export from China, but we export from Vietnam as the last destination, right? So that we are not hit by that last tariff. Okay, so that's how the first sort of reshaping of the value chain started prior to COVID already. We have a study in 2018 that demonstrates that, right? So that's the first part of if you want to talk about unbundling of the supply chains, right? National security tariffs, industry itself looking at the costing and saying, without thinking about risk, but just thinking about costs, right? Saying, well, this is not sustainable. I have to change some of these things, right? Then you had a different, and then of course you had a different sort of rationale that some of these companies started to also appreciate was, what is their demand about? What are their consumers talking about? All right. And so more and more in some of these countries, they wanted to have locally produced, closer to the, local values, this and that, right? So they were saying, okay, let's see how we can actually bring or reshape that chain so that it produces majority of the stuff that needs to be produced somewhere, but then we bring it closer to the home, say Mexico, all right, or somewhere, and then or even locally, and then finalize it here and put it to the market, right? So part of the reshaping was also not based on cost, but based on the preferences and the actually changing demand pattern by the consumers. Part of that was driven by the falsehood, by saying that that inequality in advanced countries is caused by the loss of jobs due to offshoring, sorry. All right? So to put, to make a concrete story, in some of the manufacturing parts of the America, with the huge increase in inequality, income inequality, right? The story was, well, this is because people are unemployed because their jobs are now in China or in Asia, right? But this is not true, because the inequality is not because these people lost the jobs. The inequality is because of the type of distribution and taxation and policies that you have, and because you don't have social protection for the unemployed, right? So we need to actually give proper names to the problems in order to solve them, right? Because even if you bring the chain back from Asia, Vietnam, Malaysia, or Thailand, there is a very high chance that there will be no creation in jobs, that automation, robotics, etc., or that it will come to Mexico, all right? But not to that manufacturing or lost manufacturing part of the United States. Some will, but then again, who is going to be employed? Those that can actually operate automation line and robots, not the factory workers who lost the job initially, right? So we need to diagnose the problems. When we talk about resilience, right, there are so many aspects of resilience that we need to worry about, right? And it is very, very simple and wrong to just say we need to actually produce domestically. Because yes, you can. And before globalization, we had national value chains, but you have national earthquakes, and you have national floods, and you have national fires, like in Australia, right? Where nothing can move. How are you going to get those goods locally? In many cases in 2020, these masks that many countries, or, not really these that we wear, but those that doctors wear and that save lives, right? This is just cosmetics, and I think it's psychological rather than anything else, right? But those ones were actually supplied through trade, not domestically made, right? And so trade actually was very much part of the solution in lots of the health crisis and stuff like that. So I just want to invite you to think about what resilience is, right? Because resilience is a different level. And when we talk about resilience of the firm, right, it's a very different thing from what is resilience of a country. And resilience of a country needs to be defined, and I really like that I heard it today already, as a self-reliance, not self-sufficiency, self-reliance, meaning to understand and have a strategy on what you need to do, right? And there are three aspects of that. You need to have assets, so you need to have capital, which means not only money, but it means to have human capital, all right? You need to know how to use it and through which means. And big sort of mechanism to use the assets is trade and international transactions, right? Because for small countries, that is the only way you can use your assets to the best of their purpose, of their ability, right? Many people talk about resilience in terms of robustness. Robustness is, so resilience is really, if you would drop a yo-yo ball, right? Resilience would be when I drop it, it will come back, right? But it will fall first, but it will come back, right? So resilience is really springing back to the level where you were, all right? Robustness is that ball is not going to fall, right? Robustness is I shock you, you don't move. Like that Ever Given ship in Suez, right? It's robust, and it's robustly stuck in Suez. You can't move it, all right? So can you create a supply chain that will be robust? That whatever you through demand shock, you through supply shock, you through, you know, the earthquake or a fire or something, and that it doesn't budge. No, it doesn't exist. Or it will cost you quite a bit of money, right? And basically it will mean that you produce at home, I mean, at house, you know, your shoes. But that's the only way you can do it, right? So robustness is no, there is no way we can go for that. Resilience is something, but resilience doesn't mean make it at home. Resilience means make the sources in a diversified way so that you can actually, when something is hit by the external shock, you can source it from a different source. That means higher costs. So having better resilience means more cost. And it means that consumers will have to pay more. And that's why when I said we need to build a different social contract with consumers, right, or with ourselves, we need to actually accept that being more self-reliant will cost us a little bit more money, all right? And so we need to change, and I think the Thai sort of self-sufficiency philosophy goes that way, saying, okay, what is there in the money? You know, if I teach microeconomics, so I teach utility functions, right? And every utility function actually flattens, right? And it goes in a flat way, which means that if you bump money to the consumers, their utility is going to stay the same. This is the segment where you say money does not buy happiness, all right? And so we need to actually adopt that philosophy and understand that not everything is in terms of the material goods. So just very quickly, because I'm getting very nasty looks from the first row. Okay. So what I want you really to understand, that there are some shifts that we expect in the economy that need to be taken very seriously, right, when we are getting out of this crisis, okay? And that is that manufacturing, right, is not a sector that will carry the growth, all right? Manufacturing is gonna sort of linger at this level at which it is. Why? Because we will basically replace lots of goods that we now buy as goods, books, right, or things that we have in a physical format. We will buy them in a digital format. Okay, so lots of manufacturing will actually be replaced by services. Also, as we grow, right, our sort of structure of the demand. And look, Portugal is now, is it Portugal or Spain? I'm forgetting, is experimenting with the 4-day working week. Spain, right? So what is then leisure, right? Leisure is going to be defining your needs, right? And so we need to think in those terms, right? So services, knowledge-based services will be the driver. And I'm talking here not next year, I'm talking here sort of medium long run. Okay. Then lots of stuff will go from analog to digital, right? And that's not only in terms of what we consume or what we produce, but how we actually transact with these things. So we have digital trade, right? And the processes, all right? We will have labor-saving technology that through the automation and robotics, right? That will try to save us cost, and that also includes includes additive manufacturing and 3D printing that will save the cost in terms of transport and in terms of having to have stocks and inventories and stuff. So it will be really produced on the demand if you need to produce something in a physical format, right? And then you have, of course, a rethinking of what is the real efficiency. So the relook at the risk and internalization of risk in the cost. So you will still be efficient, but you will basically assess your cost, your risks differently. So you will still be efficient, but because you will raise prices, right? But you will basically operate in a different way. And then, of course, I talk about comparative. I just want to show you another. Sorry, I'm not going to be invited here again. Okay, I think this is about balancing regional initiatives. All right. So sorry, not this. This one. All right. So I just want to, because it was mentioned today, countries did not cooperate. The reason why countries didn't cooperate, they don't trust each other anymore, right? I can talk about public goods and all of that. We can have a separate session on that. That's very interesting to explain why governments don't trust each other, right? Why? Because their people don't trust each other. Right? Internally in the economy, in the country, and externally. All right. Why? Because of inequalities. Because of climate change is making people differently able to actually live. All right. And some are hit by disasters and so on so often. Right. That they don't understand why do they have to carry the burden of all of that. But anyway. So countries are trying to build some sort of regional mechanisms, right? And unfortunately, they think that by signing trade agreement is going to do the trick. I know that common interest in terms of creating money can make friends, but it also, as we have seen, makes enemies. Right? Because the same people that do these things think that this is a zero-sum game. And so that I'm going to be better only if I take a bigger market share. All right? We've seen in vaccine distribution, right? I'm going to help my people only if I have bigger number of doses of vaccine. And I'm not going to give anyone else. All right? This is not the way. This is not cooperation, right? This is, okay, building an alliance that will temporarily work, but not necessarily for the long-term interests, right? And so you will have to make it work by deepening it. And that's why we saw that the blocks that are based on trade have to deepen them. ASEAN started, okay, trade, 1992, but then soon we had political and security and social and cultural, etc., right? Or you have regions where they were not able to deepen it, right? And they're not doing anything cooperative. I'm not going to name them, all right? But then, and sometimes, yes, you can, you can sustain trade only relationships, but that requires lots of work. So what we have in Asia, we have different initiatives that will have to see how they will work with each other in different areas. All right. So you have ASEAN. All right. Part of ASEAN now has signed RCEP. All right. Part of RCEP and ASEAN have signed CPTPP. All of them have been talking for years about free trade agreements of Asia Pacific that is supposed to be the free trade agreement of APEC. All right. So all of these countries, right, intersect at some level, but they don't coordinate at the same time with each other, right? And we saw that bilaterally they have problems like Australia and China, all right? Or, you know, I think it was Vietnam and China or something else, right? So they will have to actually see how to balance that. And that the only large country from Asia that is left out of this and is not linked to any other blocks, because we have a Eurasian Economic Union for some other countries, etc., right? But the only large country that is actually left out is India. All right? Okay, so let me wrap up by just mentioning, no, I'm just mentioning a few things in trade that that I hope this year will help us go through some of the obstacles. So we have Ministerial Conference 12 at the end of November, right? And for the people that are linked to ESCAP, I'm happy to say that I'm organizing regional consultation for ESCAP members, as was asked at the committee in January, hopefully by end May. And so just to see what will agenda be and how we prepare, etc. So hopefully through this ministerial conference, let's hope it's going to happen. Let's hope it's going to have some tangible results, right? Because if not, I think we are going to see fragmentation in a terrible way, right? And then what is, in addition to this ministerial conference and some tangible results there, maybe fisheries, I don't know, maybe investment, I'm not so sure, right? But domestic regulation and services should be home, and there are some few other small pieces, right? I am really looking for some solution to the dispute settlement mechanism, right? So hopefully some of the very good proposals that that are there will see the face of day. And then there is big discussion about how to solve the problem of categorization of countries, right? Because you have a number of least developed countries now that will be getting into developing country category, while you have some of the countries that nominally have the category of developing country, Korea, China, Singapore, right? They actually, I have to say that in their defense, they don't use their status in negotiations, right? But they hold onto it as an insurance. I think it was American new U.S. trade representative who said the trade negotiator will never give up on the leverage, right? So this is, this status is the leverage for these countries if something goes terribly wrong in the WTO. All right, and then let's see if these new areas like e-commerce, environment will go anywhere. Okay, with deep apologies for not successfully closing this at 4. This is the list, since this is a training course, and this is, please, some of the references, and I will be very, very happy to give you more. And I also have an annex in order for those people that are willing to read more. Okay, I'm done. Okay.
Do we have any questions from the floor? Then thank you very much for your useful and informative presentation, Dr. Mir. And now may I invite Mr. Manu Sithi Prasad to present our souvenir of appreciation to our speakers.
ขอ
Everyone, we finally come to an end of our high-level training course, Strategic Economic Diplomacy. I would like to personally thanks all the speakers, His Excellency Mr. Shutinthorn Kongsak, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Thailand, Ms. Ket Pirun Got Deputy Director General of Department of Trade and Negotiation, Ministry of Commerce of Thailand, His Excellency Giat Sithi Amon, Member of Parliament, Vice Chairperson of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, and Dr. Mia Mikish, ArcNet Advisor at Large. For such an insightful and fruitful discussion, I also would like to express my most gratitude to all guests and members on the floor for making this event a success. Lastly, distinguished guests, I hope you found the discussion insightful and informative. I would like a request for assistance in coming to the evaluation form. We would love to hear any feedback or suggestion that you may have for us, and thank you very much for spending your time with us today. For the feedback form, there is a QR code outside at the registration table, and it should appear on the screen right now. Nope? Okay. But it should appear on the screen soon. But if not, then we have a paper version on the registration table that you all can scan. Oh, there we go. On the back, right there. So you can use your mobile phone to scan. We're trying to go digital and more environmental friendly. So thank you very much, you all, for today.